Got a lot of good
What are we
ideas,
doing?
Roswell.
I'm so confused. It's 50 now?
75?
100. It's 100, yeah.
Naughty or nice this year? Well, don't worry, we're not checking our list twice this holiday season. Because at Texas Card House, it pays to be playing poker with us. The Naughty or Nice Bad Beat is here. Under the tree, you'll find a jackpot starting at $20,000 that rises each day, with the qualifying hand getting easier and easier to beat. No one goes home with a lump of coal. Instead, everyone gets cold hard cash in your stocking. Everyone checked in and playing at any Texas Card House wins $100 when the Naughty or Nice Bad Beat hits. Sorry, Auntie May, your fruitcake can't compare to the Naughty or Nice Bad Beat. Spend your holiday season with us at Texas Card House and win. The Texas Card House Naughty or Nice Bad Beat is here.
Somebody said the
Are you ready for a vacation that will make all your poker buddies jealous? Set sail with Texas Card House for 7 days of sun, fun, and poker on March 26th to April 2nd, 2023. Sailing out of Galveston, Texas, the Royal Caribbean Allure of the Seas is one of the most awarded ships in the world. As you sail for 7 days with Texas Card House with stops in Roatan, Costa Maya, and Cozumel. Sun, fun, and oh yeah, non-stop poker. Texas Card House is bringing their world-class staff on board for 7 days of cash games, tournaments, and no matter your skill level, we've got games for you. Texas Card House Poker Cruise, Royal Caribbean, Allure of the Seas. Cabins are going fast. Don't get left in port and miss the vacation of a lifetime. For full details, visit TexasCardHouse.com.
Hello, my name is Eugene. I'm the tournament director at Texas Card House Dallas. I have some exciting news for our tournament players in 2023. We will be starting a tournament rewards program that is offering a $15,000 free roll quarterly, and there's 2 ways to qualify. 1, you can be top 20 on our money leaderboard. 2, you can be top 25 on our loyalty rewards leaderboard. Follow along at TexasCardHouse.com for more details.
you get to play for free.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Texas Card House Live. My name is Derek. I'm joined today by special guest commentator Harvey. Y'all might know him from some of our Tuesday and Wednesday streams he's played here, and we'll get to the action after he talks a little bit about how he got into poker.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Yeah, Harvey Castro. Been hanging out here for about 2 years now. Started playing poker with my brother as a kid growing up, and started hanging out here and really enjoyed it. So it's been fun.
The rest is history, right?
Yeah.
Now you're playing some of the highest stakes offered here at Texas Card House. All right, let's get right into the action here. And a lot of these players here, I imagine you have played with before, right?
Yeah, I've got a lot of history with some of these guys. It's going to be really fun to see some of them.
Yeah, you might just need to move it a little closer. You need a lot closer, you think?
Oh, gotcha, gotcha.
There you
Okay.
go.
That's better. All right. Yeah, I'm excited to watch a couple of these guys play. Some really good players here tonight.
And I also understand you're a student too at SMU, so you kind of have to balance out your poker time and studying as well, I imagine.
I definitely don't play as much as a couple of these guys, so I kind of just play when I can and yeah, focus on school for the most part.
So 8-9 would have got there.
Very cool.
Drunken commentary.
That must have been a nice surprise, though, when you know, like, I'm sure when you started seeing some poker content online and seeing the next gen, kind of soar to the top of the charts, that you're like, wait, they go to SMU too, or did you already know of them?
Yeah, it was weird. One of my friends was really good friends with Rosie.
Okay.
So I kind of knew about them like before most people. I probably started watching their videos when they had
100 subscribers.
Yeah, maybe like 3K subscribers or something like that. So it's been really fun to watch how fast they've risen up the YouTube ranks.
It's always super hard to figure out the winning hand here.
I see Jack for Habib.
I trust Amber here to just ship the pot to the right person. Okay, looks like it's going to Habib. Nice. Very cool. Well, welcome everyone. Thank y'all so much for tuning in early this evening. It's Wednesday. It's Hump Day. And you know what that means? It's 5:10 in the quarter with your favorite crew here. Of course, we got Habib in the 1 seat, Texas Kim in the 2 seat. I believe that's OFC in the 3. Tammy in the chat says, "Go Texas Kim." See who else we got here. Is that Grizz in the 4? I believe. Yes, or Grizz. Yes. Carlos, everyone's favorite lawyer poker player. 5 seat. Danny, Marks, WSOP champion. I imagine trying to extend maybe get another win this series. Mr. Delivery Steven in the 7.
Looks like Dunn in the 8th seat.
Yeah, Daniel Dunn in the 8 and Brass Monkey himself in the 9. What a great lineup tonight.
You might as well just blackjack it and go like this.
Doesn't have the ball. Just poker game. It feels soft. It's so soft. The orange feels a little naughty. It's supposed to be brown.
Oh yeah, the red one.
What do you want from me? I haven't even looked.
I thought you threw him in.
See, my thing is not it was red the whole time until the end.
And all the changes.
Really? Pick up 2023.
Looks like OFC is going to open up Ace Queen of Clubs here. Out of position, picks it up.
Nice to win this first hand, but obviously very small pot here. Okay, great. We got the stack sizes and earnings picks because I don't know if you tuned in last night, but man, it was confusing all our viewers. Just like why does it say Izzy's up $50,000?
I saw that. I was confused by that as well.
Looks like we got that bug fixed.
Looks like we got the 50 on here already.
Yeah, that's kind of just like, I was talking to someone on another table earlier today, and they're kind of wondering what the Wednesday game was like, and I was like, honestly, it's pretty much the same game as the Tuesday game to start off. Or it's like a smaller Tuesday game, and then it just becomes the Tuesday game by the end of the night.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. We'll see if the 100 gets on, because 100 usually gets on the Tuesday game, and that makes it really big too. So we'll see.
With this cast of players, I could definitely see it getting put on. I mean, there's not really anyone here that wouldn't put it on.
Yeah.
Red light, green light was not my jam.
It's so funny.
Looks like we're going heads up to the flop here. Mr. Delivery opening early position. Kim flatting on the button with Queen Jack off. Interesting flop here.
A little bit of something for both players. Mr. Delivery going to have top pair, backdoor diamonds, and he's going to check. Wow. And it's good to have some of these stronger hands in your check range on the flop. Don't want to play so predictable.
Yeah, I like this check from Mr. Delivery. See if he goes for a check raise or check call here. Both options seem nice.
Absolutely. And I feel like a lot of these one pair holdings, even though your kicker might be strong, a lot of times you only get maybe 2 streets of value, so that might be why he was trying to check flop and see what the kid might have been doing.
Kim also seems like a pretty aggressive opponent. You definitely don't want to be betting all of your strong hands, and we see here going for the double barrel with the open ender. And for Mr. Delivery, I expect him to mostly only call here with King Queen suited. Pretty thin to check raise, but he might find it. I don't expect him to.
All in, let's go. And then we'll come back.
Yeah, I feel like, raising here only removes all the bluffs that Kim could have, and a lot of times you just get called by better. Now, Kim's going to river showdown value here. The Magic is going to shut down.
I expect this to go to check. She wins sometimes.
Oh,
She does. I stand Mr. Delivery.
Yeah, I don't mind either of the plays from both players, and I think it happened exactly how I guess hopefully both of us would have played it, right?
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch Mr. Delivery tonight. I think really smart, really sharp poker player. So it should be interesting to see how he navigates a couple of these spots.
What about you? What do you prefer?
No, it's actually it's one of like possibly like 4.
Yes, it is Danny Marks in the 60. Correct. Hey, commentators, go tell Kimmy the chat is rooting for her. Yeah, a lot of our viewers do like Kimmy. She's great for the game, brings a lot of action, and great player, great personality. Checks all the boxes for a poker player on a live stream at least.
Everybody seems to love Kim.
Brass Monkey, another favorite as well. Brian, always super friendly. Loves to have a conversation with everyone on the table. Got Miss Amber dealing tonight. Welcome her to the brand new table.
Looks like we're going 4 ways to the flop here. Habib opening.
And Habib has really grown as a player since the first time I've commentated on him. You would have never seen him open a hand like ace-8 suited. He would have definitely been limping or limp calling that hand. So really cool to see that he's starting to have hands like that in his opening range.
Absolutely. It's all about getting better, trying new things. That's what's fun about poker. Even if you think you know what's going on, there's always room to improve. So.
And typically it's ever evolving too, right? It's never, the poker game even 5 years ago isn't the same as it is today. Obviously, let alone like 20 years ago. I don't even know if like Super System is applicable anymore to the live games we have here in Texas.
Everybody kind of connecting with this flop. We're gonna go 3 ways to a river here. Grizz with the best hand.
Late brick here. Grizz was still the best hand here, but kind of dicey. Right now it does bring a one-liner.
Look at this from Habib, going for it. I like it actually.
He could have the 5-6 here.
Yeah, 9's hidden in a pretty uncomfortable spot here after getting called in 2 spots on the turn. You can't imagine your head that often, but you do beat hands like this. Some draws, some straight draws.
Such a value sizing too. And when it has the one-liner on here, when you shouldn't have too many bluffs on this board texture. I guess like Miss Clubs would be a bluff, but you don't really know you need to go too large.
Yeah, I really like this bet from Harvey, but I think 10-9 is going to have a really hard time finding the call here. With he does let it go.
What a great play! And I was just talking about. I was like, I don't think we would have seen the Habib doing that, a year ago. So
really
awesome.
Nice
Hats off to Habib.
Yeah, really nice hand. He gets the best hand of the pool.
Habib the big winner right now of about 2K.
Nice to have options.
Yeah, right now Kim's stack is reading in air right now. So currently she bought in for 5,000, so you can just kind of do the math from there. But everyone else is reading correctly, so I don't know what happened with her stack size.
Are we doing a mandatory 50 or no?
No.
That's not mandatory, I don't think.
The 25.
The optional mandatory straddle, as I like to tell people. I mean, like, you don't have to do it, but everyone else is going to do it.
Exactly. I think that means we might be seeing the 50 on a lot tonight. No surprise, as you said earlier.
We could take it back off. It's posted as 5-10-25, so it's whatever folks want to do. I'm happy with. I'd like to be a team player.
Looks like Kim's gonna
Some people call it
look to isolate the limp. From the hijack makes it 200. Grizz with a really nice hand on the button makes the call.
And I'm guessing Habib's maybe doing this because of his position on the table. 2 of the most aggressive players to his direct left might not want to blow the pot too much, and in situations like this where now we're getting a 3-bet from Danny, he'd probably comfortably just fold the 8s here, only committing 50 bucks to the pot, but it kind of sucks either way.
I like Danny going for it early. This is a much better play than calling from the big blind, in my opinion, making it 1,000, because if we call here and go 3 or 4 ways to the flop, it's going to be really difficult to play king 10 off. So I like this raise if we are going to play it. Probably fold as standard, but Danny's getting after it. I like it.
Yeah, and he should know that Kim can have a wide range opening. OFC can have a wide range calling. Grizz on the button. Right? I mean, but Grizz actually with a pretty strong hand here. We might see a flop.
I'd actually like to see Grizz make a call on C3. Really strong hand. One of the best hands he's going to flat Kim's raise with. Danny a good player too, so he knows he's going to be taking these spots aggressively. And he does make the call.
So it's like literally like your prize pool or whatever, and you're just playing the stack of the You're just playing the stack of the
Stack size is a little awkward here. I mean, I guess he's going to try to size it for a turn jam he's committing here. It doesn't need to bet too large on flop. Going to go for 625.
Like then you take the shot. Is there 9 players? Yeah. 9 players.
Could you not chop the bounty? I guess that wouldn't matter. You still want to knock out the free down.
So Danny goes for quarter pot-ish and gets it done. Could have floated out on the button, especially with a little SPR behind.
Yeah, I feel like if he calls the flop, he's gonna. You're kind of expecting that turn jam, regardless of what the turn card brings. So you're kind of just relying on money and fire if you're not prepared to call off an ace-jack high on the turn.
Yeah, so you're kind of hoping to call, and then Danny shuts down and you get to take stabs, or there's a turn that really improves your hand, which there were a couple, but definitely understand that fold.
You get signed with the Davis
Nice hand, Danny.
He's like, oh, I see, in that spot.
It's a spot where aggression pays off for Danny. Taking the 3-bet that some people don't find, and finds the continuation bet, takes it down.
Pez in the chat asking, who's commentating with Derek? Harvey. Pez says, legit can't hear the guy. I guess you're going to have to, you gotta project Harvey. I know it's your first time, but
I think he had like 8.
it is Harvey's first time, guys, so give him a little leeway here. But yeah, it's you just got to talk a lot.
Okay, got it.
Maybe bring it a little closer to.
Sweet.
Mark Weist in the chat says, greetings from Disney World. I hope you're having a great vacation. Actually, my sister-in-law is actually in Disney World too. Mark, she's on vacation with one of her sorority sisters and best friends here in the area.
Yeah, I had the heart.
Looks like a brass monkey picking up a pot with ace queen off. Nice hand.
Find out about tomorrow night in about 24 hours. He's gonna tell us. He's gonna tell us what you want tomorrow.
Straddle?
Kings. Probably Kings.
This is the spot nobody knows. You can't see it.
I cannot see that.
Looks like the straddle continues. We got the 50 on again.
Home game yet. Nobody's called me. Sean.
haven't done it since.
Yeah, Habib's never one to back away from straddling or getting action. Raise a blind. I mean, he just loves the game.
This is the first game of the year.
Habib brings the poker lounge and we start seeing
You guys
things.
into the show one game?
Sure.
Show one card? Basil, we're talking about
Oh, I just noticed the LED lights on the table.
Only if Danny
Looks like we just got a new table and looks good. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it helps the
Young, you might.
I think it helps the dealer a lot, keeping track of the action.
You gotta make it pay.
I mean, you really can't explain how lost you can get sometimes dealing until you actually are sitting in the dealer box, just like where all the action is and everything. It's just knowing that where the green light is who's action on, it's very helpful.
Absolutely. Show appreciates you to your dealers, of course.
Dude, what's wrong with you?
Harder job than it looks, for sure. It looks like a couple people connect with this flow. It checks to Danny.
Oh wow, what a
goodness.
turn card.
That is the most action turn card in the deck. Danny goes from having basically nothing on the flop to drilling a set. He has the effective nuts on the turn. And Habib has top pair and a flush draw. Brass Monkey has a flush draw and a gut shot, so should be very interesting.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how
Wasn't on your calendar
Habib can fold.
listen to my commentary? I mean, it's like
Or it's going to be very tough for Habib to fold. Now, Brass Monkey is actually in a fortunate spot where he's between two players.
It's really interesting because it checked to Danny on the flop. He bet. He gets called in two spots. Now Habib leads when he turns top pair and a flush draw. And we'll see how Danny plays this. If he goes for a raise or call. Looks like he's cutting out. Okay, call. Yeah, I like this. And, oh, Brass Monkey just snap folds the.
Wow, what a disciplined fold there.
Yeah.
I said, I think
Does prove to be a nice fold. I think 5 makes a straight here.
Great
so,
check here from Habib.
Yeah.
Not the best run out for his hand, and loses to a lot of stronger Ace X holdings that Danny can have here as the pre-flop aggressor.
I'm interested to see Danny's sizing here. Obviously, any 5 makes a straight, but he has the best hand a lot. And he shouldn't expect to get checked raised as a bluff that often, so when you do bet, when you do get raised, usually can just fold, but see what happens here.
He's going to go for very value sizing here, trying to target a single pair, holding exactly what Habib here. And look at Danny just correctly assessing the situation, getting the absolute max from one pair. I mean, anything more than 1,000, I think Habib has a hard time calling.
Yeah, really nice hand from Danny here, going for 3rd pot on the river, and just gets snapped off by Habib.
Very nice hand there for Danny. Lucky turn card. Eddie Bat in the chat says, here for the Kim Stone show. Also says, what up, Derek? What's up, Eddie? How's it going? Got about 150 viewers right now. Thank you all so much for tuning in early. Great turnout so far early in our stream. My name is Derek. We're live from Dallas, Texas, and I'm also joined by special guest commentator Harvey. Is it Castro? Is your last name?
Yeah,
Harvey Castro. Y'all might remember him from some of our Tuesday games, or one Tuesday game and quite a few of our Wednesday games.
Yeah. Happy to be here. It's been a lot of fun so far.
And we were wondering when the $100 straddle would go on, and I was just about to say the setup of the table is perfect, right? You got Kim and OFC next to each other, and then you got like Danny and Mr. Delivery next to each other, Steven. I feel like we're gonna see it quite often tonight.
Yeah, I think you're right. And it seems like they're talking about whether the 50 is mandatory. Now we see the 100 come on, so it should be interesting to see how this continues. The game, yeah, like you said, just getting more and more like a Tuesday game. Really big game. Looks like Delivery is going to open it up for the min with 10-9 off on the button. I like it. Habib calling from one of the straddles. Tough to say which straddle. And OFC going to call as well with the 10-3 off. Getting in there. What a flop for Habib. He flops an open-ended royal flush draw, straight flush draw. Checks to Mr. Delivery, checks back.
6 on the turn, not going to improve anyone's hand here. And, Mr. Delivery still with the best hand, but Habib with the lion's share of the equity here. Any club, any king, any queen, any 9, any ace will win him the pot here. And he's going to like to lead out on this turn card, put a lot of aggression, or a lot of pressure on single pair holdings that he's currently behind. And I mean, honestly, he just has a good hand to bet out with.
Yeah, absolutely. His hand likes fold equity and has a lot of equity when called. Interesting to see Mr. Delivery's thought process here. I think he's checking the flop not to give up turn, so he does call correctly. Uncomfortable though.
King on the river, gonna give Habib top pair. And it should definitely be the best hand here a lot of the time. And I don't see Mr. Delivery like checking like a hand like Queen Jack. I mean, occasionally he might have King 10, but that's kind of like worried about monsters out of the closet. I feel like you have blockers to that.
I really like this value bet from Habib. 450 was about a third. Just really good. His hand is definitely good enough for a value bet, and Mr. Delivery hasn't folded. Mr. Delivery likes to go for some pretty cool river raises, so he would put Habib in a tough spot. I wonder if he's thinking about raising.
Does have that 9 as a blocker here. Can block the Queen 9 straight, blocks the also 8-9. Definitely a relevant card on
Absolutely.
this board. Queen 9 absolutely within his wheelhouse.
Yeah, they're like trying to explain the table and stuff to me.
Now,
It does go for the raise. I like it. I really like it. And I kind of expected this from Steven. He's a very sharp poker player. He finds these river raises often. And look at Habib. He's in a really tough spot. Honestly, he could go either way between call and fold. I think it would, against most people, you don't want to be calling river raises that often, but
Against Mr. Delivery, though, it's tough.
Steven, you have to find enough calls. And now in Habib's spot, he does have a queen, which blocks some of Mr. Delivery's value hands, like ace queen or queen 9, that he would play like this. And Steven's just good enough to raise some thinner hands too. Like if he finds this river raise with 2 pair, it's really
Jack
sick.
10.
Yeah, it would be really sick for Steven to show up with Jack 10 here, but Steven's just tough to play against. Sometimes call, sometimes fold. Interested to see.
In my position, if I was in this spot here, I might just like flip a coin. I don't know what I would do. It's such a tough spot because you're blocking the second nut straight, you're blocking the nut straights, and but unfortunately you're also blocking clubs, so it removes some bluffs that Delivery could have.
I
Oh, he makes the call. Nice call there from a beat. I mean, I think both players are perfectly fine. I mean, Habib, rivering top pair, good kicker. You probably don't want to be, folding close to the top of your range to a solid player like Steven, and Mr. Delivery going for the blockers there.
Yeah, really nice play from Habib, and really nice play from Mr. Delivery. I really like his raise on the river rather than calling. Some people find the hero call, and he decides to go for raise, and he gets called, but he puts his opponent in a tough spot, even with king queen. He didn't like it. And I think he folds there sometimes, but this time he finds the correct call, and nice hand, Habib.
And I don't know how much merit this has in some of the plays that Steven makes, but I guess this is definitely something to consider. I don't know how often Steven has played with Habib, but Habib can tend to be pretty sticky in certain situations, especially if he's leading out on the river like that, or betting out in the river for value. Like, he has something. At least a top pair minimum, I'd say.
Absolutely, and I think Steven does read into the third pot bet from Habib. I think he probably thinks his third pot bet is a little bit less weighted towards nutted hands and more weighted towards those
single pair holdings.
Yeah, single pair holdings, and he does find that correct. Like Habib does have a single pair holding, but this time he finds the call. And Habib is not the guy that I would be bluffing too often, but I like going for it. I think it's a really sharp play by Steven.
And we got our first super chat of the night from Hayden Fortini, another one of our regular Wednesday players. $9.99 super chat. Let's go, Kim Stone. Enjoying Harvey's commentary so far tonight. That's very nice of you, Hayden.
Thank you, Hayden. I appreciate it. First time.
That's all you need. Some encouragement. We can get Hayden, or get you, a little more comfortable in the booth here.
Definitely appreciate that, Hayden.
Hayden Fortini says great raise and a sick call by Habib. Yeah, both plays just, I think, great. We've just been seeing some great poker tonight so far. Oh, what a turn card here. Gonna give Kim set of 10s. Brass Monkey with a gutter ball. Danny open-ended now.
Yeah, Kim finding a really nice turn card and a really nice river card. I like her check. Now she's going to go for some value.
Yeah, now I'd try to bet a sizing. Okay, no, wow, she's just going for 2x pot here.
And I don't mind this. She's going to have some bluffs here. She wants to have some value hands. All right, 2x pot. Nice. No one has anything, so it is what it is. She's going to win the pot with bluffs sometimes there as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, it is nice to balance occasionally, but if you're maybe occasionally trying to just go for some value, the fact that, the fact that it checked around on the turn like that, you'd maybe try to target, like, what was there, like an 8 on the board? Or like a 10, like a jack?
Yeah, I think she's just hoping that somebody happens to have a queen. Yeah, river's a queen, and now they're not folding a queen, so she wants to get the max from a queen.
Absolutely makes sense. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Pez. It's like when the fact that it checks around on the turn, it's like I feel like at best someone has like a jack.
Yeah,
just trying to get the showdown.
Yeah.
I'm definitely in the same thought process as you, but I totally understand being balanced. You want to have some bluffs there in a multi-way pot like that when no one has showed any interest in the pot. It's like, oh, I can just take it down here.
And this is an interesting hand developing. Looks like Danny opens Queen Jack of Hearts. Delivery, 3-bets next to act, and now Don finding the pocket kings in the cutoff, comes in for the cold 4. I expect it to just go fold.
Yeah, I mean, I think occasionally if we see delivery or Danny in the Tuesday game where there may be like 15 or 20 kids, might see them defend occasionally, but I think it's way too shallow right now. Especially compared to Dunn's stack right now. He only has 4,500 back to make the call.
Oh, that's a good point. I didn't even see. He has 4,500 behind. So yeah, delivery does just not fold. Nice hand. Nice hand done.
Yeah, those of y'all in the chat, I know y'all mentioned Harvey's a little hard to hear. I did raise our volume a little bit, so let us know how he's hearing or how I'm hearing. Definitely like the feedback. And if you got another $9.99 super chat from Eddie Bat. Will match Hayden. Let's go Texas Kim. Fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji. 5 of them. Wow.
It would be really bad if you throw the 500 back in right now. You gotta wait.
I king queen, he had ace jack, we blocked everything. Every time he opens for the entire night.
That one fantastic. Please do that.
No, uh-oh,
I showed it.
Okay.
the first stream I played on, you didn't have to show if you fold.
Yeah, if you lose, you don't have to show, buddy.
Oh, man.
The first time I played on, like every time Vinny opened it.
Looks like it's going to fold around to the blinds, and Grizz waking up with a big hand in the small blind.
On top of whatever else you would have given her, so here.
Easy now, easy.
That much. I'd be more happy to just give it to you. Wow. Just play my hands, sir. Just play my hands. Play my hands.
Every time he opens, like,
My beef's not with you.
and I attack him.
It's with all your people.
And he looks at me and goes, it's done. What do you do?
I'm not sure my 7-3 on
Every time you open
the second time I've had that.
Allison in the chat says, love that I'm not the only one here to watch Kim. Or Kim. Let's go.
And I just learned how to play bonk.
EWB0028 says, Derek Dillon in commentary as usual. Hey, appreciate the kind words so much.
Especially for somebody who...
What was the $25 flip into the dealer after the C8 win? Oh, so they're playing a fun game tonight, and I'm sure Harvey has been part of it a few times. They're all saying if you win the pot, whether it's pre-flop, turn, flop, river, showdown, whatever, if you win the pot, you have to at least show one card to the table. And if they don't do it, or if they forget to do it, they have to tip the dealer $25.
Yeah.
That's a kind of like a penalty. And not that anyone here minds tipping Miss Amber here, right?
Absolutely. I have a little bit of a funny story about this game. Like 2 nights ago, I was playing the 10-25 game, and it was the first time I'd played the show one game, and they said $25 if you forget to show one. It was completely unnatural for me to show one, and so like at least 4 times, 5 times, I paid the dealer $25. So Merry Christmas to those dealers.
Hey, all right.
Who got a?
I hope it went to some deserving dealers.
I think it did. They were all great. And
That's
happy for it, but
No, he definitely messed it up.
I'm just making a joke.
Honestly, the player
definitely gotta be aware of that game when you're playing. Gotta have the mind turned on for sure.
The yellow means let everybody.
BWB says, it's Brent, by the way. Sorry for the bluff last week. Hey, no worries. What's up, Brent? Glad to see you in the chat. Actually, I think it's the first time I've ever seen you in the chat, man. So thank you so much for tuning in.
I think we missed to give a shout out to Mark Y. As Kimmy was asking for a pep talk earlier, I'll do one better. The super chats are legendary for bringing the run good. Good luck, Kimmy. A lot of Kimmy fans in the chat tonight. I love it.
It's hard not to be a fan of her.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for the super chat, Mark. Hope you and your family have a great vacation at Disney World.
Why would you be out on Shark Tank?
Thank you again. And for those of you that don't know, all the super chats do go to support the production staff here at TCH Live.
I think Dirk.
I don't know if I'd team up with him.
Dirk seems like a nice guy, though.
That it just goes suddenly green on every
Cooper
stream.
and John back there doing all the hard work. And Harvey commentating here.
Probably kill those lives.
The easy job, honestly.
Yeah.
Can we just not have lights?
Especially in a game like this where the game kind of just plays itself.
But maybe better on TV,
When I say, like, up there, I doubt you can really even see much.
Mitchell A in the chat. What's up, Mitchell?
One, because, like, most of it's not reflected out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, most of the players can keep up with the action. As long as Danny doesn't hide
That's
his
the thing.
cards.
Keeping up with
Danny hides
action
his cards, you can't.
is never a struggle. I honestly feel like the light.
Is that correct? Is Kim up that much, or were we talking about how that was a mistake?
So she bought. Now she, I think, added on.
Okay.
Because she likes to be at least the bigger stack or, match everyone everyone. So for some reason, hers is the only one that's incorrect, so I do apologize, guys. This is only our 3rd time streaming with this new setup, so please bear with us. But all the other stacks and earnings should be correct. It's just Kim's right now that's messed up for some reason. And we just crossed the 200 viewer mark. Thank y'all so much. Jay Diaz says they need an all-lady stream with Kimmy, Pokerface Ash, and Caitlin leading the pack. I totally agree. I mean, the last 2 times we had ladies only stream, they were a lot of fun. I think a lot of the viewers liked it. Could definitely keep that in mind.
Yeah, setup change, table change.
You know, I actually played with Pokerface Ash earlier today before the stream.
Yeah, I thought I saw her around here. Good to see her around for sure.
Yeah, her and I got into a pretty interesting hand. I had ace king, she had queens, flops an ace, turns an ace, and then like I bet like huge on the turn, and she's like, God, I really don't think you have an ace here, but I can't call.
Oh, and she folds.
Yeah, she folds queens. I was like, oh man. I was like, I was trying to get value from another ace. And I showed it.
Yeah.
Because I put her on like ace jack or something. Because I just figured they were never folding it.
Yeah.
Delivery here with a monster. Gonna get some action against Brass Monkey.
Again, we find ourselves with a spot where the SBR is pretty small. Brass Monkey 4K, the pot is almost 2K, and an action flop here.
Wow. 1 over and the nut flush draw. Mr. Delivery with the overpair. A tale as old as time, right? I mean, how often do you see the situation? The over and the nut flush draw, pocket pair going to battle on the flop here.
Absolutely. The money should just go in here at some point in the hand. I expect Mr. Delivery to either better check, Brass Monkey not going anywhere.
Looks like, you know, he's setting up that turn jam, knowing Brass Monkey only 3.8K back here. Looks like he's cutting out a raise. Gonna make
like
it 1,200 or close. No, a little more than that.
Makes it 1,500. I like this play from Brass Monkey. Steven has kings this time, but he's not always going to. Interested to see how delivery proceeds. I expect him to come with call.
Yeah, having that king of clubs makes it less likely. You know, he have a hand like king queen of clubs, ace king of clubs. And I mean, a turn club isn't really the worst for Mr. Delivery's hand either. A lot of the time.
Yeah. Does call.
Oh no. Let's give a little bit more outs for Brass Monkey. He's gonna check, okay.
I really like that check.
Wow, and Delivery might just rip it here.
So I really like the check by Brass Monkey on the turn because once he raises the flop and Steven continues, he's just going to have a lot of hands like these, like overpairs that you don't really want to bloat the pot on the turn. You don't really have a hand that wants to jam all in for value on the turn. So I really like his check back. If you hit a club, we can get all the money in. And if you don't hit a club, we can evaluate the Steven bet. Interested to see his size. Yeah, he's just all in.
Brass Monkey here in a brutal spot, but he has, I mean, he has one of the best bluff catchers to have here. And, you know, Delivery, very capable of having some bluffs, and it's going to be a big pot headed towards Delivery.
Yeah, I don't blame Brass Monkey for the call there. It's a little bit tough to find Steven's bluffs, especially when we have the ace of clubs exactly, because a lot of Steven's bet calls on the flop are just going to have a lot of ace-high clubs and stuff like that. You're really hoping to pick off a bluff from maybe king, queen of clubs or something like that, which...
Ace-king with the ace of hearts.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just, again, it's just like you have one of those hands where you probably should never fold against Mr. Delivery, right? And it just comes down to your player type you're playing against. Yeah. And if they're capable of bluffing.
Exactly. We just saw delivery show up with
yeah,
a
exactly.
pretty big bluff, so I don't blame him. But even for delivery, it's tough to have enough bluffs on that river. Again, I don't blame him for calling. I probably put it in there too, but it doesn't feel good, and especially when there's only half pot on river behind, you kind of just have to put it in. And
you're getting insane price.
Yeah, you can't really be folding top for that exact price, but.
Mo the Cat says, welcome Harvey. Good move on the forget to show, air quotes, on purpose. That for mere $25, you get to see everyone else's bluffs. Oh, you do not have to show.
Exactly.
The high level play there.
Yeah. It's definitely an expensive edge to find, paying about $50 per dealer change, but we won on the day, so I'm glad the dealers got theirs, and I booked a win too, so everybody wins.
Lats Valhalla says, hi from Canyon Lake, Texas. What's up? Thank you for tuning in tonight. If you've yet to hit that like button, for all of y'all that are joining us here this evening, please hit the like button. Helps the channel out a bunch. And if you've been enjoying Harvey's commentary so far, absolutely hit that like button. I don't know how much y'all been enjoying him, and that way we can have him on again, you know?
And I just looked at OFC's stack. He definitely has more than 2.7K, so there might be, like Derek said, it's a little bit newer with the graphics and stuff like that, so we're still working on some stuff. Looks like OFC might have more, he might not, I can't tell. And what a flop here. Everybody connects in a big way. Done with the set, Habib with 2 pair, OFC with top pair, and it checks through. And Habib has a really strong hand. I wouldn't blame him for raising here. He does just call, which is very fortunate for him because Dunn has a set in OFC. We know he's not going anywhere, and he's the one who comes in for the raise with just top pair.
This might save Habib some money here, and now, I mean, does Dunn just try to get the money all in here against OFC?
I would like to see a call from Dunn, and he does.
Wow, great call.
And really, Habib can't go anywhere with 2 pair. I don't think this would be something else. He's gonna make a call for sure.
Yeah. Well, the worst hand driving the action here, as you see OFC drawing dead. Oh no! What is this run out here? And Dunn's gonna check.
Oh, and Habib checks too.
Dunn's gonna check, Habib's gonna check, OFC maybe rivering what he thinks might be the best hand now against like ace-king, ace-5, ace-7. I mean, a wide range of hands that Habib could have, right? He could have queen-7, ace-5, ace-7, and Dunn could have ace-king.
So interesting because there's $500 in on the turn, and now the pot has ballooned to 4.5K. OFC rivers what he probably thinks is one of the best cards in the deck for him.
Absolutely, maybe other than an ace.
Yeah.
Well, ace might have been a little sketchy.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, Jack is, I think, his money card for sure.
And he is going to go for value, and what an interesting hand.
Don't go anywhere, folks. We have an amazing game so far. A lot of action, and look at this value bet. Half pot.
All these are crime fighting.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, so it's not all in for 1.4. It looked like he bet more than 2,000. So like you said, probably half pot. And Dunn, he has a decision between call and raise.
If somehow Dunn finds the call here to invite Habib into the call, that'd be so sick. It just calls, and then Habib's like, well, I have 2 pair. But, I mean, if you're in Habib's spot here, if you see Dunn make the call,
all in.
Okay, that's shove. Okay, this is going to save Habib some money, I think. Having bottom 2 pair here, or not, sorry, top and bottom pair.
Yep.
Losing the ace-queen, losing the ace-jack.
And I really like the all-in from Dunn. You can't be scared of king 10. You can't be scared of higher sets.
Absolutely not.
If they do show up with pocket queens or jacks or aces or king 10,
it's just a cooler.
It's just a cooler. Like, you have to try to get value from a hand like OFC's.
You know, and what's crazy is OFC driving the action on the turn is going to save Habib mountains, I think.
Yeah.
I think he can find the fold. He hates it, but I think he has to fold. You're just not beating anything.
I think he has to fold. So you have to think about the hands that Dunn is jamming all in after an OFC river bet, and I don't expect Dunn to be finding like a lot of bluffs in this spot. This is really spot, but
This is a sick spot for Habib.
it's definitely not easy, not fun.
You know, I think old Habib would have just been like, all right, whatever, I'm stick it in. But I think he can find the fold here. I'd be really impressed. if
I would
he
be
can
really
find the fold.
impressed as well.
Harvey and Derek are going to be saying 15 minutes. What? Harvey and Derek are going to be saying 15 minutes from now.
What did he say?
Steven was just like, I wonder what Harvey and Derek are saying 15 minutes from now. And I mean, this is a sick hand here, Steven.
It really is. Habib in the tank.
Oh no.
Hands on his chin.
Oh, man. What's crazy, if Habib then calls, then OFC might fold. And this is the most wild hand I've seen in a while.
If Habib calls, I think OFC has made some really clever folds. I think OFC finds the fold.
You think so?
I think he finds the fold if Habib calls. If Habib folds, he has a tough decision. But
Either way, I think OFC has a tough decision.
Absolutely.
Like, it's not fun to get. Oh, nice
What a
fold,
fold.
Habib. Great fold.
now OFC has to think.
Yeah, sorry. I don't normally like to try to like root for players, but Habib's just such a nice guy, and I talk to him.
Absolutely.
And he's always in the chat too.
It's good to see good
Oh,
poker.
he makes the call. Great fold there, Habib. Unfortunate spot there for OFC.
Yeah, really sharp fold from Habib, and really tough spot for OFC. He does decide to put in the money. Crazy hand, flop, turn, and river.
Yeah, I mean, as crazy as it sounds, like I think you just sometimes have to find the fold there with the ace jack. Now, if it was heads up, that's a different story. You know, Dunn could definitely have some bluffs there, but how often would Dunn be willing to bluff into, you know, Habib, who's shown a lot of like interest in the pot on the turn, and of course OFC, who was the initial aggressor on the turn.
Yeah, and I think for Habib, I don't think he had much behind. He might have had 1 or 2K behind. I'm unsure. And if he has 1 or 2K behind and it's
That's an
2K
insane
to win
fold.
14, then it's really tough. Really tough to find a fold with getting that price.
Yeah, and Pez calls it out perfectly here in the chat. Habib folds, OFC calls. Absolutely here. Hey, Chris Sturdivant in the chat. That's probably another player you know.
He says flopped set of sevens because I think earlier today me and Chris played a big pot where I flopped a set of sevens, and
Oh boy.
so it's funny to see Dunn getting some value with sevens as well.
Sturdy in the chat here. And it's Harvey commentating as well.
Thank you for the super chat, Sturdy.
Yeah, thank you
Appreciate
so much,
you.
Chris.
Can't be the only one.
OFC had like 1,400 behind. No, I think the graphics were incorrect.
Oh my god. Said he was out.
Okay, so he does know you're commentating.
Yeah.
Yeah, Harvey got me with a flop set of sevens today.
Yeah, he's on line.
And we've seen some really interesting hands, a lot of action flops, action turns, action rivers. I'm excited for what the rest of the stream has to bring. Y'all stick with us. 277 here in the live chat. Love to see that.
Yeah, thank you all so much for tuning in. Yeah, we haven't even been an hour into the stream yet. We already have about 300 viewers. Let's try to keep it up. Y'all know any friends or family, poker friends that, you know, like live stream poker? Love to know about this stream. Let's bring more people in this live stream.
Two pair would have got you killed on the last hand.
Well, you lost the minimum, though. You know, you check it to him, he bet, and then he was able to get your way out of it. But it could have cost you 2,700 because you're going to call OC, right?
Yeah, Kim absolutely telling Habib how much of a great fold that was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
Are we good?
Honestly, I think old Habib, you know, a year ago would have just stuck the money in there. So I would really love to see the growth here from Habib.
And it's so interesting to see how different decisions impact hands. On that hand, I think Habib calls the turn after the flop checks through, and I think if he raises, he might just get stacked. It might just, who knows how the hand plays out, but he finds the call and ends up finding a way to not get stacked after flopping 2 pair versus a set. Really fortunate.
Yeah, I think a lot of it had to do with OFC driving the action.
Yeah.
Just 3 of us.
Another action flop here. Mr. Delivery flopping a set. Brass Monkey with an overpair and a gut shot.
Keith Long in the chat says, hey, new to the stream. Great job, guys. Hey, thank you so much, Keith. Thank you for tuning in. And be sure to hit that sub button so you get notified whenever we go live and whenever we have new content.
Okay, it looked like the flop changed up on us. Mr. Delivery did not flop a set, I don't believe. But he still has a pair and a gut shot.
Brass Monkey going to turn his set. Now he turns a gut shot.
Excuse me, no gut shot.
Yeah, I thought it was gut shot too.
Okay. Oh, open-ended now for Mr. Delivery. Brass Monkey with the set. Excuse me. Looks like Brass Monkey goes for half pot and Delivery with a decision here on the turn, out of position. Open-ended and a pair. Let's just let it go. Nice fold.
Is that a winning?
Huh?
Was that winning?
Never know till the river.
It was winning.
Nice hand there for Brass Monkey.
Exactly right. Well,
Richard Greenberg in the chat says, hey, Eric, how did the players like the new table? I think it's kind of more weighted towards liking it. And there's a minor, or a vocal minority kind of about the sensors, which is understandable. But I think in the long term, it's good for the players in terms of like the lower railing. I think the felt looks really sharp. I've also sat it a few times, and the railing on there is actually very comfortable compared to the old railing. Ash N says hi from Canada. Hello, neighbor to the north.
Are you doing the 50? Okay. Chris, are you doing 50? You in?
I can if you guys are going to force me.
Oh, I'm rushing for it.
He sounded so happy to be part of the $50 straddle.
I know. I love Kim driving the straddles, driving the action. Good to see. Sounds like everybody is in on the $50 straddle.
I think it's a good move. I'm about to be rocking a Motorola Razr, you guys.
Do it.
Hell yeah.
You and my dad can do it together.
Looks like OFC opening. Carlos making the call in the cutoff.
Wow. Did they have this kind of problem on the show last night? Crazy.
I was going to have to check all. I'm like, this
Yeah, it's not going
So do I.
3 players are
It's on me now.
I was like,
Green.
there you go.
I don't want to lay it on too thick because I don't want whoever's idea.
I think we're having some issues with the sensors for some reason.
There's some good ideas here.
Looks like Carlos has yet to scan his cards.
Oh, I didn't notice the sensor.
It's red if it's.
Oh, very interesting. The green is showing who's
the action on.
Oh, very cool. Very cool. I didn't notice that.
Oh, look at that. Just casually flopping trip aces here.
Just scans his cards. We get to see very good flop for Carlos. OFC backdoor diamonds takes the lead betting after raising pre-flop, and it looks like Carlos is going to cut out a raise, and Habib does have a flush draw. Just fold.
Nice in there for Carlos. And yeah, everyone's stack is going to be right except for Kim, I guess. So, done the big winner so far, up 6.5K.
Carlos got a black one in there.
They're not very fun.
I go back.
I don't see color, Kim.
I do too, but right now I'm on like the downward
Well,
trend.
when you get a purple one, I know you won't need it, so you can just send it this way.
I go back and forth on whether I hate or love. Thank you.
Feels usually a little easier.
Oh, there.
How's how are the house guys?
Purple, what is purple?
What do you see happening over there?
So I'm sure the chat knows this, but how long have you been playing poker for in the poker world?
What about the next 3 to 5 years?
Since like 2017.
Okay.
That's kind of when I first started taking poker more seriously. Obviously, like everyone's probably played poker at home on the kitchen table with their family or friends at family gatherings or Christmas events. But like in like a casino setting with like actual professional dealers since 2017.
So Choctaw.
What's up?
Were you going to Choctaw or?
So no, actually there was the very first Texas Card House in Austin because I went to school at UT. It was like a little like I want to say like a storage hut thing, and there was only like 7 tables.
Oh, very interesting.
So that's when I first started playing a lot more, and then obviously I went to like Windstar up north, and not Choctaw though. That would only be occasionally if like there was a series, but mainly Windstar.
Yeah, I've yet to check out the other TCH locations, but I would love to soon. TCH Dallas, so much action, so fun. Got to check out Austin sometime for sure.
Yeah, and the Austin location is actually going to be expanding soon. So, a lot of great things coming for us here. Or I heard there's going to be a new location in Austin, and then I think they're moving out of their old location, and then expansion in the spring location, and then of course our brand new location up here in Las Colinas. So a lot of exciting things coming.
It is exciting.
Oh, go ahead, sir.
No, you go ahead. Oh, picking up on the action here, it looks like, not sure how we've got here, but Brass Monkey has the best hand. It's check to Gariz on the river, who has a potential hand to bluff just jack high. And he does give up. Brass Monkey going to take down the pot. Nice hand.
Button's good. I'm afraid to move the button.
Hasn't TCH Austin been open for like 8 or 9 years? No, so, I mean, yeah, okay, yes and no. So they had that very first location in like 2015 or 16. And then they expanded into that north location, which is where the current TCH Austin is in like 2017. So like right after I graduated, they opened that brand new one. I was like, oh god, really? I never get to see it. Pez asking, has the bad beat been hit yet? No, there was like a fake out last night. I'm sure, were you here during that?
No.
But it was very audible in the live stream last night. There's a table that thought they got hit, but it was just boat over boat. It was like aces full of fives, those are like aces full of whatever. But no, you need to lose the quad, so unfortunately that table. Apparently they were like hugging and like high-fiving each other, like they thought they won $20,000.
That's a bad beat in itself.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
you'd won the bad beat and then get the bad news. Unfortunate. Looks like Danny finally picks up another hand here. Opens ace-4 suited. Going 5 ways to 6-4 deuce 2 diamond. Checks to Danny, who looks to continue with middle pair. Takes a somewhat large sizing multi-way. Goes 425 into 700. Brass Monkey with an overpair and 4 people behind him. He does come with raise. Doesn't look like there's much for anybody else. Folds back to Danny. Middle paired, no backdoor flush draw. Expect him to just let it go here.
All this makes me think of is the gun range.
Yeah. Keep throwing my money and try to land it on there.
I'm excellent.
Are you a marksman? Are you a markswoman?
I'm a markswoman.
There you go. Nice hand, Brass Monkey.
Anything fully automatic, whatever. 50 calibers, everything.
Can it be?
Nice in there for Brass Monkey. Yeah, I'm a little surprised he bet that sizing, or I mean, even bet at all on that kind of on that board texture.
Yeah, especially in the 4 players. Interesting.
I guess.
Turn was an 8.
I mean, I guess he wants to have some hands like that to balance out his overpairs that he's going to want to be betting pretty strong.
Yeah, and it's tough to find a scenario where you check back flop and you take the pot down without hitting an ace or a 4. So I guess if you want to win the pot, sometimes you bet, and sometimes you just get called in one spot. You can check down and sometimes win the pot. So I understand it's not a bet I find very often, but I don't mind it. Danny, obviously a very sharp player.
Because it's just stuff she's growing out of. Yeah. No.
Looks like Brass Monkey and Habib with the same hand, different colors.
Right?
I'm gonna go 4 ways to the flop here.
That's Will you get out of my muck, please?
He keeps throwing it at my target.
Is Kim gonna play a hand tonight? I don't think
She's waiting pocket 8. She's playing aces, king only.
Yes, exactly. Like OFC, I took a bet for lowest VPIP like an idiot. It's not gonna work out. 3 more folds.
Sounds like the players are giving Kim a hard time for not playing hands, but she really just has been super card dead. She's not one to knit it up on stream or off stream, so just sometimes card distribution, you don't get to play a hand for a couple hours. It's not fun, but it's how it goes.
Yeah, man, I can't remember who it was on one of our Tuesday streams. But like, man, did he look like a nit if you didn't see his whole cards? It was like, I think he was V-pipping like 9%, but he literally didn't get anything for 4 hours.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. Ace high gonna be the best hand at Showdown. Will Gariz go for that second bullet? He knows he has to. He only has king high.
Yeah.
Very rarely good at Showdown.
Also has a pretty relevant 10 of spades blocking some straights. And Habib just with ace high has to give it up. Really nice hand from Gariz. I remember when I played the Tuesday stream, I really didn't have many hands for the first couple hours of the stream. I didn't really play a hand, and it's just how it goes sometimes on stream. Just don't pick up a hand.
Well,
Not much you can do about it.
You got like 2 doses of run bad. It was being card dead, and then when you finally got cards, no one had anything to even like it wasn't even. They were like just raising with like queen, and then you have king and then 3-bet.
Yeah.
They have like ace 3 off.
Yeah, it was like
you have queens, you 3-bet, they fold.
Yeah, I watched the stream back and I'm like wondering what everybody has. It's just like Mr. Delivery opening up the button with like ace 4 off. I have pocket kings, I 3-bet, and he has nothing to do with but fold. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, I think I caught you like after the stream too. It's like, dude, Harvey, just no one had anything. It was like it wasn't you, man.
Yeah.
We love these upgrades that are down.
Is it on me? I'm sorry.
Is it on me? It's green on you now.
Don't do anything stupid.
Is it the technology
Put your
again?
chip back out there.
I'm going to register an official complaint that I think most of the features on this new table are less helpful than they are more helpful.
And Amber, you're being so patient
Amber, you're
with
doing a great
everybody. You're just the go-between that's like, we're just like, are you serious? We gotta wait again?
I'm like, man, how's it on me? The card's not even
It looks like is it the circles is where they're scanning their cards?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amber,
Is it 150 or 500?
Looks like a couple people yet to scan in their cards in, but we do have the action. Mr. Delivery rebetting Danny to 500. +2 versus low jack.
I thought that call
Me?
The cards have to touch the dark gray?
Don't touch the dark.
The dealer button.
Oh, the dealer button has to touch the dark gray?
Yeah, sorry, it's on you. He's talking to me.
Carlos, don't do this. Don't touch the dark gray.
Amber would like us to stay out of her private conversation
No,
with
it's
her
hard
ear.
for me. I can't. How do I
She's looking right at me. She's talking. My mama says.
Looks like a little bit of difficulty scanning the cards here. With 2 mystery hands. But it is a 3-bet pot. Danny versus Mr. Delivery, and we do get their cards now. Mr. Delivery mixing it up. 3-betting the 6-5 of hearts. Danny the ace-queen suited. Nice that they scan their cards and we're not playing a complete guessing game. Props to our dealer. Interested to see what delivery does. He really has no equity other than some backdoor straight possibilities, but pretty much nothing. He does decide to fire the c-bet for third pot. Interested to see how Danny proceeds with backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draw. Still ace high, can be the best hand. Does come with call, which I think is nice. Mr. Delivery turns a gut shot, so he does have a small bit of equity. And Mr. Delivery's hand strikes me as a candidate to triple off, actually, just having absolutely no showdown value. If you do bet this turn and you get raised, you have a very comfortable fold. Unlike if you're bluffing with club hands, it's pretty nasty. If, say, you bet something like 1,500 and you get jammed on, it's really uncomfortable to fold those flush draws. So, yeah, I expect him to bet, and it looks like he is. That's good for pot. I really like this. If he does get jammed on, it's just an easy fold, and he can put a lot of hands in a tough spot. Kind of would expect him to fire to triple off on some rivers. Danny's hand, really not much equity here other than ace high, so kind of nowhere to go but fold, in my opinion, but he might be thinking other things, knowing Mr. Delivery gets after it. In the tank here, it just ace high, interesting.
50% away, all in.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think this is a Hollywood at all. I mean,
I think she's trying to say
very polarizing bet here. Excuse me, very polarizing bet here. Could be like indicative of combo draws. Queen 10 of clubs, 4-5 of clubs, ace 4. So many combos of hands. But he's thinking better of it.
I really like the bet for Mr. Delivery, and I understand Danny thinking about it with ace high. Steven just has so many bluffs there on turn. King queen off, king queen suited, king 10 suited, bunch of club hands. He even shows up with 6-5 hearts, so he's really getting after it on that turn, and it's just really hard to play back at Steven there just with ace high. So well played hands by both men. Excuse me, by both men.
That's why I called him Rwanda, because we can get that in.
Are we out there? Yeah, we have that.
I mean, I guess we want to do it's probably great to have it at least has a break.
Pocket fives are probably good.
Close enough.
Yeah, Pez saying in the chat here, Danny doesn't look like a believer, but it's just so tough to put $2,000 in there with ace queen high. Not even the nut ace high.
Yeah. That's the power of aggression in poker. Sometimes your opponents know you don't have anything, but they also don't have much. There's not much they can do about it. So Delivery, Steven obviously knows the game of two card really well and puts his opponents in some tough spots.
That is a great angle. You do this.
And he finds another playable hand here under the gun. Raises pocket jacks, and it looks like OFC is going to 3-bet from the small blind. Don't mind it, especially after we know Delivery's opening very wide. He just 3-bet the 6-5 suited versus early position. So some people might think it's a little bit aggressive with pocket nines, but I really like it. I like the 3-bet. Interested to see what Delivery does. I expect a flat, but he might mix this into a 4-bet range, but he does just call.
We're going to put lights on that and shoot around the table and pay when it's some of those turns, you know?
Then you gotta have somebody fighting the back, hit the button every time.
The GM was like, oh,
Yeah, I'm totally with you. I definitely like the 3-bet. Just because, with so many people in the blinds too, and we had the $50 straddle, they're definitely incentivized to defend a little wider. So you can remove a lot more, make it easier on yourself to play heads up against the initial raiser.
And that's one thing about these 3 blind games, or 4 blind games now. It's 5, 10, 25, 50. So OFC has only put in $5 and delivery's raising to 150. So it's really uncomfortable to put in 145 and play the hand out of position. You'd rather take the betting lead, play a 3-better fold strategy from the small blind, and looks like that's what he does. And goes check here. Now OFC looking to get some protection for his 9s. Little does he know, he does not have the best hand, and delivery's not going anywhere yet.
You'll get your value somewhere.
Hey, sponsor Jacob still a thing?
No.
Figure it out.
You're going to be able to destroy your home game.
I mean, my hourly isn't usually $2,500.
Oh, ace on the river.
For you, it will be.
Might be trouble for delivery if OFC finds a bet, but no, OFC checks, and this over here has the easiest check back here.
Within 6 weeks, we're going to have you losing more money than you ever thought possible.
Exactly.
Between the house and your poker skills,
you gotta get worse before you get better, right?
you're going to be Fort Worth's most eligible bachelor and Fort Worth's most biggest fish at the same time. You didn't hear me.
What'd you say?
So
I wonder what they're talking about. I kind
Yeah,
of
me too.
And Fort Worth's biggest fish on the poker table at the same time.
I think I already am. I'm not the bachelor, yeah.
275 y'all in the chat right now. Thank y'all so much for tuning in.
Yeah, I was gonna give it to you.
About an hour now into the stream. A lot of action so far, so if you've been enjoying it, please hit that like button. And of course, if you've been enjoying Harvey Castro commentating alongside me, hit that like button as well. He's gonna play a little sneaky here, gonna limp the ace-king. Oh boy.
Kim picking up a real hand as well. Pocket queens, making it 200.
Just my
I was trying, man. I was trying to help you guys.
I do expect Habib to go for the limp 3-bet, especially after delivery calls.
She looks like Texas Kim.
No, Brassel says Crocodile Bendy's wife.
He is going to make it, it's like 600, maybe 650.
I like the idea. I think you could have gone a little larger, maybe like 800, maybe even larger than that.
Yeah, this looks very strong. Obviously, Kim not going anywhere, and she does decide not to 4-bet the limp 3-bet, which I think is pretty normal. Habib flops
the world here.
Yeah, top pair and the nut flush draw. Kim not gonna like this flop at all.
Queen of Diamonds, no good for her.
Yeah.
Only has 1 out left in the deck. Wow, and Habib checks. Habib checks, playing a little sneaky here, and you know, it's not the worst check, right? Because you have the whole board on lockdown. You have top pair, you have the nut flush draw. It's very tough to be losing in the spot.
And he does get a hand with just 4% equity to put some money in, so clever check, and he checks again. Check, check. I expect him to, check the river as well. I expect this to go check, check, but we'll see.
Just in case you have king.
Oh, she expects to have the best hand, Kim does. So I guess she doesn't expect him to be checking very strong hands on the flop. He does show up with top of range. Nice hand.
Keep gonna take the spot down. Kind of a little mini slow roll, I guess.
Yeah.
He's super friendly with Kim.
And I'll tell you one that,
Making out a nice pot. Definitely could have been a much bigger pot if we saw some more pre-flop action. Though Kim's played with Habib a lot though. Say Habib did raise, Kim 3-bet, and Habib 4-bet. I don't think she's ever just gonna rip it in there. It's so strong for him.
Yeah, it is very strong.
Hey, Griggs, how many Harry Potter conventions has he been to?
Steven.
Try again.
Well, so fun fact, when I first got glasses as a kid, it was right around the time that the first Harry Potter movies came out, right? And so I got these like round.
Steven always entertaining at the table, always lively, always talkative.
Glasses. I don't mean I got ones that like, look like Harry Potter. I mean LensCrafters actually released like Harry Potter branded glasses.
I knew it.
That was my first pair of glasses.
He can talk the talk too.
Oh, I bet.
He's a pretty smart guy if you never.
Muggle. I bet he's a muggle.
Looks like Kim raises and gets called in 3 spots.
He's got some of your chips, by the way.
Actually, this
I know. He wizarded me up.
Pretty good flop for Dunn here. Flops top pair. Kim with a gut shot. OFC with the nut flush draw.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were going to say you got beat up a lot.
Oh, no.
And is that right? Does he just jam for 3 times the pot?
You can trick people.
Well, it looks like Dunn's agonizing over something, so that must be right.
Yeah, wow.
He can read his.
Puts him in a really tough spot here.
Has top pair, and in case he's behind against like a set, he does have that gutter ball out. Hard to think that he's drawing dead ever.
Yeah. Pretty uncomfortable to have 2 people behind you, although they did check, but it's still uncomfortable to put in 3,300 and have 9K behind, and he does just let it go. I don't blame him.
Show the queen. Show the queen.
So annoying that they're the queen.
Just show a heart. There you go.
Does show a heart.
The 8 of hearts. Nice. Doug R in the chat says Kim has one of the best table presences on the live streams around the world. Yeah, she's great for sure. Very fortunate to have players like Hayden and Kim call Dallas their new home, and they're pretty much here all the time, whether or not there is a live stream.
Yeah, but you thought it we get the table and it was like a 5-way pot, and it was like a 5-way spot the river, and so it was like pulling the butt flush.
And that's why I called him.
Yeah.
Yes, you're great.
Mix them up.
You're great.
Or I want the bad beat. Give me the bad beat. I'll take that instead.
When I saw that flop and I started betting, I was like, someone turned a straight flush, someone had a flop.
That'd be quite something if we hit the bad beat on this live stream table. Pretty insane.
That would be awesome. You think we get a cut doing the commentary, or?
Probably not.
Probably not.
If it went like,
I don't know. Probably depend on who the player is. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't expect there to be any
No.
cut.
And it wouldn't work.
Yeah, hopefully see the bad beat get taken down here in the next couple days, week.
I don't remember the last time I had a straight flush. It's been a very long time. I don't know. I was in a tournament. I remember now.
like 3 days before they started doing the bad beat, I had a king high straight flush over pot 5s at like a 2-5 table for like a $600 pot.
Yeah, but still, you would have won.
Yeah, no, well, it was.
Have you ever had a hand that would have qualified for this bad beat? 2 cards playing.
I feel like that's gonna mess with the
Yeah. What's the closest to it? I'm sure you know that.
I had top boat, queens full of 8s, and they had quad 8s.
That's pretty nasty.
And I mean, my kicker didn't play anymore at that point, and I was just like, he just like all in, I snapped, and he just like, what? I was like, what?
Yeah.
Like at first thought I got lucky, right? I think I had like queen 9 or something. It was like, oh, we're just chopping.
Just like playing like it was.
Oh, it's like queen 8-8. Okay.
5 or something.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I at least pop at once, right?
I had king 10 of clubs and flops.
Yeah, and for those of you that don't know, our naughty or nice bad beats minimum qualifier now of aces full of 4s, $50,000 up for grabs. Aces full of 4s need to be beat by quads or better.
And eventually called, and you had 9 with the 9 of clubs.
Very fun. If you've yet to come into our room, or any of our rooms for that matter, around Texas, you too could have a chance to win your share of that $50,000. And also, if you're just clocked in at any one of our locations, you get a free $100. And actually, the last time the bad beat was hit, when we had a Texas Card House bad beat, I was playing. And I was
Oh, nice.
I got some of that share.
Yeah, definitely a good time to swing by TCH Dallas or any of the TCHs for that matter.
Yeah, just be playing. As long as you're clocked in, you have a shot. Some kind of free money. And who doesn't like free money? I don't. I've yet to meet someone that doesn't.
Now, the closest thing I've had was playing 2-5 here. I had top vote as well. The board's like Jack, 4-4, 3-5, and I run into 4-4.
Oh god.
So that was not fun. That was for a big pot of 2-5.
Jeez.
Just
and there's no other bigger boats out there?
No other bigger boats. I lose to
exactly
4-4 exactly.
Yeah, I mean, you play long enough, like both of us have, you're going to run into some bad beats like that. It's
Yeah.
part of it.
Yeah, eventually I'll have the 4-4 and I'll have the Jack-Jack, and the same thing will happen. Just part of poker.
He was at my bachelor party.
Oh, Lordy. You want to reenact it?
It's definitely not fun when you're the one with the Jack-Jack, though.
Yeah, but sometimes when the cooler is like that bad, it's almost just hard to be upset too. You're just like, well, there was literally nothing I could have done differently.
Exactly. It's definitely more frustrating when you feel like you made a mistake with a call or a bluff raise, but sometimes the hands just play itself and nothing you can do about it. Looks like Dunn is going to open the 7-deuce here. Are they playing the 7-deuce game? No. Okay. No 7-deuce game. Dunn just opening up the 7-deuce because he can. I like it. Brass Monkey making the call.
The guy who knows his Spanish.
Luki. He said Luki. Is it Luki? Luca. Luca and mi padre.
Both players flopping something here. Brass Monkey looking to continue with the 7-deuce. Excuse me, Dunn looking to continue with the 7-deuce. Brass Monkey not going anywhere, top pair.
Good color on you, Kieran. Good color on you. Yeah, you're welcome. Happy New Year to you.
I've seen him pull a girl from the crew. I shouldn't be saying that.
Kieran got the pick of the litter.
When do I get an invite to these home games?
Dunn showing the 7-deuce. Unfolding.
I was hoping you were going to call. I thought that
Next hand, nice hand, Brass Monkey.
I was thinking about raising.
Hey, I was going. No, with the Jack and Club, you got hearts also? I mean, yeah, I was a goal. I was hoping you had like ace 10, ace 8.
I got a little excited. I can't remember what I was doing.
Fun to play all the different games at some points. The 7-deuce game, the stand-up game, the show 1 game. Mixing it up, always fun for the action. I'm never one to turn down a game.
It's out in the middle of nowhere.
We're to the left of nowhere.
He got to marry his cousin because he lived out there.
What's your favorite game out of that mix? I guess the show 1 game doesn't really count. But.
Yeah, probably the stand-up game, just to watch the table just go crazy in action, just everybody going for it. It's not fun when you're the one paying, but it's good for the action.
A very common strategy in that is just like if you have ace queen or ace king, people just rip it. Right? They're just like all in.
Yeah, I mean, depends on how much the bounty is for it. Sometimes it's not that bad when the bounty is a lot of money. I played it at 2-5 a couple weeks ago, and it was fun. It wasn't for much, and then the guys at the 1025 were trying to do it for 200, and I was like, okay, I draw the line somewhere. I'm not paying $1,800 here.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Somebody take a guess. Somebody take a guess.
10 Jack.
Okay, it's probably like
I had pocket eights.
Yeah, the only negative I could see to the show 1 game is like, I mean, it slows the game down a little bit, but I mean, if all the players are aware, they usually just show it and they turn the card over.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think in long term though, it's good for the game, right? It just makes the game more entertaining, more fun for everyone, more engaging.
It does.
It's like even if you're like card dead, you're like having fun watching what everyone's turning over.
Exactly.
At least you get to see something.
Yeah.
Some of these were organic, but I still have some down at the end of that.
None of mine are
I'm going to open the action up here from the cutoff. Brass Monkey, good defendable hand.
They're deep here.
I definitely see an argument for 3-bet was kind of holding.
three-better call. Both seem like good options, and Guriz waking up with a very big hand here in the straddle. Looks like he's reaching for three-betting chips. I like it.
Nice. And a lot of the play we've seen so far, I mean, it's been pretty spot on. Like,
Yeah.
Nothing I would have done any differently in some spots. Like,
Pinky finger, yeah, there you go.
Good fit.
Everybody snap folds, picks up a lot of dead money pre-flop. Nice hand.
I understand the sentiment. But weird about Robbers, it's so weird with 5 lines behind you. It's like,
Oh yeah, usually I've actually never gotten a night without paying at least one.
You never got a what?
I've never gotten a night without at least paying the $25.
Imagine that.
Brian built me.
Danny's saying every time he plays the show one game, he always ends up paying the dealer. I'm with you, Danny.
well, I mean, Danny's been playing poker for like 15 plus years, so like, it's just only natural to not show your hand.
Exactly.
Like for
Second nature.
even
Exactly.
for you.
It was very unnatural to show one, but and it ended up costing me.
I'm gonna cheer for you, and then I'm hoping for you.
No, you're supposed to. I was supposed to cheer for. Oh wait, he's gonna build your house.
usually I'll just fold and that way.
He's
So
building your house. You gotta cheer for him.
they might be playing the 7-deuce game. I'm unsure. Carlos defending the 7-deuce. Guriz deciding not to 3-bet. Leave Brass Monkey open, and these guys are in the straddle. I'm unsure. Checks to Brass Monkey, checks back. And a pretty good card for Brass Monkey's range. He's going to have a lot of overpairs that he does decide to check back on this board. So if he wants to, he can get creative. But it looks like Carlos is going for the raise. I like this from Carlos. He doesn't have an overcard. I would prefer to have an overcard to the 8, but going for it with the 7-deuce, and his 7 or deuce is live. Guriz going to make the call, and let's see if Carlos can find the double barrel. He does just river the best hand, so.
Oh boy, what a river.
And he just, yeah, snap checks back and shows the deuce.
Takes the pot down with 7 deuce. Everyone loves it.
And I would have liked to see what Carlos does on the river blank.
I'm with you.
And it looks like we are not playing the 7-deuce game. No one pays Carlos. Nice hand regardless.
Thank you for not stacking me.
And it was just gonna be like a 5-10 game. It ended up being like the worst, like 10, 25, 50 flat if I decided.
See what you got working up there.
I gotta play a little loose. You gotta play a little
Hey, that was good.
Because I'll tell you what, that
But no, but also
You
like, it was like me
Were you
laying
calling for the 2?
and like
Or the 7? Were you raising for the 2?
that made me almost suggest like
all of the losses for
it was so.
but we were playing the 7-deuce game. And it was coming out of like
It's just dramatic. I mean,
I'm playing that 7 deuce. That game gets out of hand. People have 7 deuce.
and it was like it would always end up on good things.
What is your favorite game out of those games?
I like the. I don't know if we mentioned it, but I like the like add money to the button.
Yeah.
And then you have to win from the small blind.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
So like the button has to add it on, but then if the small blind wins, they get to win the money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I thought you had.
I remember playing 1-2 and playing that game, and there was a spot where there was like $100 had gotten on the button. And
Wait, I think was Adam Mitchell playing that game?
I don't know. There was one dealer that was playing. I'm unsure.
I think it was like a 1-3 game, right? Or he's like a 1-3 or 1-2 game.
I think it was a different time. It was a while ago, maybe 6 months ago, probably more than 6 months ago. Playing that game, I'm like $90 had gotten on the button or something, and something ridiculous. And it comes like 6 limps to me in the small blind with king deuce off. I have like $300 in stack, and I start thinking about like tournament spots, and I'm like, okay, it's risk 300 to win like 110, and I just jammed the king deuce and pick up the 100. It's a good time. So definitely
Yeah, seems like a profitable move there.
Definitely makes the game interesting.
Pair 9's gonna be the best hand at Showdown. Riz gonna check and don't don't see any reason for Dunn to bet here.
Dunn had a really good night, chipping up almost 15,000.
And I think he only bought in for 5K, so he's up a full 10K right now.
Pretty nice night for him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, pocket fours are not the best.
And the win-loss charts here. Obviously, the big loser right now. Brass Monkey losing about 2,700. Dunn, the big winner. Delivery not too far behind. Kim's stats are a little off, and I'm really not sure. But everyone else should be correct.
Favorite thing in poker? A friend of mine back in Chicago, he would always say, the key to winning this game is flopping a set and not losing. I agree, wholeheartedly. If you can flop a set, I'm just saying, all your all-ins. I'm just saying, if you can manage to flop a set and not lose on a consistent basis, you'll win. My buddy Peter back in Chicago. Shout out Peter, he's watching.
Nobody can hear you.
Is that the Book of Mark?
Don't we wish it was that easy?
Yeah, just flop a set and hold. Seems like a pretty easy game. Looks like we got a limped pot here.
Yellow went good though, right?
He's about to check.
I'm reducing action.
Now he feels like he has to bet because he's embarrassed.
400 total.
And delivery finding the Jack-10 suited in the straddle. 3 limps to him. Decides to go for the squeeze. I like it. Makes it 400. Looks like it's just going to fold around, and nice hand, Mr. Delivery.
Thank you to everyone that's been tuning in so far. About an hour and a half into our stream now. If you're just now joining us, welcome to TCH Live. We're live from Dallas, Texas, our Dallas location. Some fun players here for our Wednesday game. We got Derek and Harvey in the booth tonight.
Are you up tonight?
You guys can live at my place if you want.
Pretty soon we're going to be an extended stay.
You know how comfortable it is.
We'll keep the light on for you.
It's like OFC and Habib limp to Dunn, who decides to isolate the King-9 off. OFC not going anywhere with the 7-6 suited in position.
You guys have upstairs. You guys have a lot of guests over?
Glenn continues and gets it done. Shows the 9. Nice hand.
That's working hard on Tony. Great place to raise a family.
Can you drive us to TCH?
Kind of funny to think about the dealers just saying.
So it's about 40 bucks in the Denver. It's about 35 minutes. So you got 35 minutes to lose. 35 minutes there. It's like right in between the perfect spot.
I would be.
That's one of those spots where aggression just pays off in poker, where you have the option to check the King-9 off, and Dunn identifies that his 2 opponents are pretty wide with their limping range, decides to go for it and raise the King-9 off and continue on a board where he doesn't flop much and gets OFC off the best hand. So nice hand from him, identifying a good spot to go for it. Looks like we are going to go 3 ways to a flop here. Brass Monkey defending the straddle with Jack 9 suited.
It's you and me in Indiana.
I wish I would get like a shock every time I try to shuffle with my right arm. Just because like it's a habit, but it makes it so bad.
Kim electing to check call flop and finds yourself with second pair facing a double barrel from Gariz here. Pretty uncomfortable. Second pair just lets it go.
I wish my body would tell me when I'm doing things that harm it.
Good fold.
Surely some entrepreneur will come along.
Damn, I don't want to razzle over my
Get a little bit of it. Smart enough. I saw that ace in his eyes.
Were you there?
That was the apple. That was the apple in my eye.
Game when
What she said.
on the field.
I was.
I can't make wife jokes for breakfast anymore. Sucks.
Yeah, your wife does all the time.
I got. There's wife juice. Wearing me down over there.
Try it again.
No, this is brutal. I read I really connected with what you posted today as far as tech talk because you can waffle on your game.
Not much for anything for both these players. Just Brass Monkey with just a gutter ball. Beef with a dream here, but he's the one doing the betting.
Brass Monkey is going to stick around with the backdoor club draw and the gut shot. Turn pairs the deuce. Interested to see how Habib continues. He does continue with no pair, no draw here. He gets it done. Nice hand, Habib.
Did you get more experience playing the 2-5?
Like you said earlier, Habib really become more aggressive. It's really been fun to watch him on the Wednesday stream. Go from somebody who was check calling a lot, being a little bit passive, and now he's putting people in some interesting spots here. He just found made 6-4 suited the winner with no pair, no draw. Nice hand.
No, 6-7. Suited. And even,
The way I lost was I actually learned that cash man had double eight, had pocket 8 and 8s. So I was talking to the other guy at King 10 on the card. I didn't
Yeah, but I might have. Thank you. But I got
tossed it outside by
You guys see that Jason?
Me?
I got my first Travis and headset. This isn't it.
Fun opening up the small line into the blinds. Brass Monkey breaking up with pocket fours, decides to 3-bet. Kim in position with 7-6 suited, going to cold call the 3-bet. And Dunn has an interesting decision here, really deep with both players. King, queen, offsuit. I can see all three options, call, fold, or 4-bet. I think I like 4-bet the most, and he reaching for 4-bet chips. He is.
Nice.
Especially after the cold call of the 3-bet by Kim, she's kind of capped towards less than aces, kings, ace, king, 7-6 suited, and really nice hand from Dunn. picking it up with the king queen off.
Yeah, and she's, you know, at the absolute best, she's gonna have like maybe 9s.
Yeah.
Are the Chinese stations universal? But I really didn't want to coin flip it with you. I knew
At 9s, 10s, jacks, she might decide not to put the cold 4 in after Brass Monkey puts in the 3-bet. I like 4-bet from Dunn rather than call. Just tough to play that pot out of position versus 2 players you're super deep with.
Yeah, especially an offsuit king queen, that is. So it's
Yeah, definitely don't want to be doing that too much. Although after a cold call, doing it a lot strikes me as pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely say he was definitely more incentivized to do it with the cold call. Right?
Absolutely.
If say there was just, you know, heads up, maybe it's fine to only playing heads up against what ranges should be pretty wide. Appreciate everyone engaging in the live stream chat tonight. See a lot of new viewers tonight. Let's see here. Ace, King, Jack. Deuce is somehow still in the lead. Chance of getting counterfeited here. And there's the counterfeit. I think it's going to give... Oh, Habib went runner flush. I didn't even notice that.
Habib makes a flush.
Got to bet $75.
No one else with much of anything.
I don't even know what Brian has.
Oh, no. He doesn't get called, does he?
Yeah, I think OFC called him.
Oh, okay.
OFC makes the call, and Habib gets some value from his flush of the 8. Doggy G in the chat. What's up? Good to see you again in the chat.
You run it twice, lose both. And you get the 6-6-7 flop.
The problem is if you told me with anything like 5, 6, 7, 8.
I'm not letting you draw it on my made hand.
Mr. Delivery picking up another big hand here. Pocket jacks in the hijack. Makes it 150.
Especially with my opponent is using.
I noticed. Last time his waitress is behind you.
Oh no, I'm just yeah.
Chop, he says. Unless you want to just get 50 away.
I don't chop.
Everyone good up here, snacks, beverages.
Yeah, I'm great. Someone said something about a chop, I don't chop.
Can I get a... Everyone was a chop on.
150?
For now.
Remember Rick games?
We're just going to make it a light defend here. King 4 off, delivery way in the lead. Great flop for Mr. Delivery.
So we have to do it together.
Delivery just going for third pot. Has the best hand a lot. Gonna get a lot of junky hands like King 4 off to fold, shows the jack, and picks up the pot.
So, Harvey, do you have any other hobbies other than poker out there?
Yeah, I play soccer. I like to work out. I like to run. So
A lot of health stuff. Very
yeah,
cool.
but poker and school take up a lot of my time. So
I bet, yeah.
It's a lot of.
I do see you here quite often. So I mean,
Yeah.
I imagine if I'm not seeing you here, you're doing some kind of studying. here.
Exactly. Yeah, I like playing poker. I like studying, and then between class and school, I don't have that much free time. Try to fit in some time to study poker as well. So between all those, it gets pretty busy, but.
Bottom pair for Carlos, second pair for Grizz is going to have the best hand. Start betting for value against weaker holdings. Going to get a call from the bottom pair.
What about you, Derek? What are you up to when you're not in the commentary booth or on the felt?
do enjoy playing some video games with friends when I have time for that. I like watching movies. Big movie guy. I actually haven't been in the theater in a while, so but the thing is, there haven't been really any movies that have caught my eye to go to the theater for. Right? It's kind of a dead spell, I feel like, right now. Or nothing that I've been excited about, I guess, or at least I haven't heard anything that's been exciting.
Yeah. What video games are you playing?
Honestly, any game that my group of friends can find that's like a multiplayer. Honestly,
Nice.
I just like games that I can just hang out with my friends.
Nice.
It's not really anything specific. It's like we'll find a game on. I'm sure you're familiar with Steam.
I'm not.
It's like a PC gaming service where you can buy the games that's on that account.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
We'll like look for a game that's. Oh, they're all green.
No, I don't care. I don't care.
We got O'Brien.
This table's annoying.
I was just gonna say we actually roofied you, not each other.
Good thing the company is super entertaining. That was all because it is still not.
Good thing this is being recorded for the internet.
Yeah.
Hopefully they can edit it out, make it short.
It's hard to figure it out, the little sweet spot. The button is like that.
It's actually like one of my favorite complaints. When I watch the stream, it's like, I actually like hearing.
You know what we call this?
I do.
Poker. It's called fancy play.
Sometimes.
Fancy table sitter. What happens when you fancy play?
But yeah, no, I any kind of multiplayer game. Yeah, I was trying to hear what they were saying.
Yeah, me too. I was interested.
That's not fancy, that's
No, I love it.
Looks like it goes check on the flop here. 2 mystery
Thing is,
hands.
you got like the Poker Masters Jack Domino, the purple.
Danny going for 275. Looks like he gets the fold. Delivery says obvious bluff.
Oh, we got him. There we go. I think that's the second one tonight, right?
Yeah.
See, now I feel like I won.
Feels good that I'm not the only one that forgets to show on card during this game. So I'm in good company with Danny.
Honestly, so I guess another hobby of mine too. I always forget to mention this too when people ask my hobbies. Is I actually really enjoy board games.
Nice.
Like really high intense board games where it's like it takes like an hour to set up, and then I don't know, I get a big thrill out of those things.
Like, tell me which ones.
There's this one. There's this thing called a legacy board game where I'm sure you've heard of D&D, Dungeons and Dragons.
I have not.
Wait, you haven't heard? Wait, what?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Well, okay. I don't want to go too long of a spiel, but long story short, Dungeons and Dragons is like a tabletop role-playing game where you kind of like make a character. You have a person called the Dungeon Master that kind of creates a story for y'all, and y'all play through his or her story. And you're making like a character that has like abilities or.
Oh wow.
You're role-playing that character, and then you're playing through like a story that the storyteller.
Oh, very interesting.
So this game Gloomhaven is kind of like that, but it's built in a board game style. So you don't have to do any work as like a dungeon master to create anything. It's already created for you. You just kind of play the game. And so like that, going back to the other term, legacy board game, is when every session you play has like a lasting impact on the next session.
Oh, cool.
So like wherever you left off with the previous session is where you're gonna pick up exactly. Or like, I'm sure you're familiar with other board games, maybe like Monopoly. So that's just a single session.
Yep.
Nothing happening in that session impacts the next. Where legacy board games, everything that you happen to do, it's going to be Gloomhaven. Yeah. So I'm glad to see someone else knows that game. Yeah, that's probably one of my favorite board games.
Cool.
Have you heard of Settlers Catan? That's a fun one.
Yes, Catan. Yeah, I've played that a little bit. Yeah, I enjoy board games as well. I have yet to hear about legacy board games, but that sounds like something interesting. Sounds like you need some pretty loyal friends to.
Yeah. So
that.
So my friend group that I played that with, we're all actually all over the state. So we play it on this this board game emulator on Steam called Tabletop Simulator,
Cool.
and you can like install any board game you want and you play it on your computer.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
so it makes it easier that way. Imagine having to meet up every week in person. That's the pain. You have to set it up on by person, but like when it's through Steam or through that Tabletop Simulator, you just click save and then open the file and then just it sets it over.
Very nice, yeah. Yeah, I played some Monopoly over the Christmas time. Didn't get to play Catan, but I enjoy Catan as well.
Cool. Okay. I didn't actually know you like board games, so I'll keep you in mind if because I know Steven actually he texted me earlier this morning trying to get like a board game night or some kind of fun night.
Oh, that's fun.
Because he's also very into board games.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I think that's probably. I mean, it makes sense why you like poker so much, right? Because it's like interactive. You're sitting at a table with other people.
Exactly.
It's competitive.
I've always loved strategy games growing up. Anything where your decisions impact the outcome. It's been really interesting to me, and just the competitive side of things.
Right.
Something poker definitely gets at.
Yeah, what's so crazy about Gloomhaven? It's like it's competitive, but it's like co-op competitive, right? Like if you're playing as a group, but it's competitive. Like you're like, oh, we're trying to beat this non-existent thing together. You know,
that is fun.
Yeah, it's a good time. I feel like you would really like Magic the Gathering. Have you heard of that too?
I've only heard of it a couple times. I've never played it. I've never watched it, but I've
super nerdy game. But if you can get past how nerdy of a game it is, it's probably one of the best games ever made.
I've heard a lot of poker players enjoy Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot of crossing. Like I think like 2 or 3 of the like Hall of Fame Magic players. I know like there's a Hall of Fame for Magic.
Oh wow.
So 2 or 3 of like the top Hall of Fame Magic players were like have like 2 or 3 bracelets each.
Oh, that's
WSB. Yeah.
That's a quarter OFC.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with it, but I've heard a lot of good things about it. Have to learn more about it sometime.
Yeah, there's another person in the chat here. I can't pronounce her name. I do apologize. Siri Ram. Says what types of games? Axe and Allies type stuff. Yeah, Axe and Allies is another one of my fun games too. That's like a World War II simulator board game where like it goes down to the like economy where you have to like keep control of your country's economy and then like you can do like air raids on another country. It's another super nerdy game.
Yeah,
that's also fun.
That sounds like the kind of strategy game I would really enjoy.
You'd probably love it, but it's also one of those games where it takes an hour to explain how to play the game and then an hour to set up.
Yeah.
Well, because the idea is for this is like the entire RFID field, which again I think this creates more issues.
I think they're a little bit better than the
We've been a little card dead for a couple minutes here, but we have Grizz opening the King 6 off, Brass Monkey defending the Ace 9 off.
I think I'm ace high. Don't see Grizz losing too much money here. It looks like Brass Monkey's gonna donk out here on this ace high flop.
It's possible, but as far as I know,
Interesting lead here from Brass Monkey. Grizz gonna have a lot of strong hands on this board, but not this time. Shows the ace.
Yeah, you can like kind of tell how the action's from what our conversation's evolving into. Like for me and Ben Kirby, it starts like we start talking about like restaurants and food, and, like our favorite places to go eat. I mean, I guess we might as well start talking about that too, since the action's kind of slowing down a bit. But you're local to Dallas, right?
I am, yeah. I was born and raised in Dallas, and now, going to school in SMU, so I'm pretty familiar with the Dallas area, all of it.
You have a favorite type of like cuisine or anything? I typically ask this for everyone that's
I enjoy a lot of different kinds of food. I like Italian food. I like barbecue. My favorite food my favorite place to go out to eat, like on a special occasion, would be a Brazilian steakhouse. I don't know if you've been to one of those, but they're a lot of fun.
Oh no, I love Brazilian steakhouses, and they're actually very. So my fiance is vegetarian. I don't know if you ever knew that, but they're actually still very plausible for me to go with there too, because they have an amazing salad bar and like great sides like mac and cheese.
So good, yeah.
She loves their like cheese breads and everything.
Like everybody loves their cheese bread. Awesome. Looks like
we're seeing some action here. A raise and a re-raise from Brass Monkey. Kind of the classic cooler. Ace King against Ace Queen. Number 1 ace against number 2 ace. We're going to go see a flop here. Danny Chen in the chat says, Harvey, you're killing it, man. Great analysis on TCH Live.
Appreciate it, Danny. Appreciate your support. It looks like we're going heads up to this flop here. Done calling the 4-bet with ace queen off. Brass Monkey, ace king off. Both players don't flop much here. Done blocking the nut flush draw, but it's going to be pretty difficult to continue, especially versus this size. He does just snap fold. That's why it's kind of uncomfortable continuing with ace queen off there. You would much prefer to have a suited hand where you're going to have more comfortable flop continues.
Yeah, at least if you have one of your suit on flop, you can at least continue, hope to hit a turn card.
Yeah, exactly. I would much prefer him to continue with like king queen suited even rather than ace queen off, just because there's so much more playability, and even when you do hit an ace, when you have ace queen there, it's kind of unclear, and on a lot of flops you're just going to have to check fold like he did there. So sometimes tight is right, and ace queen putting it into the muck is just a good disciplined play.
Especially out of position.
Especially out of position.
Yeah. In position, you know, occasionally you can find that call and, you know, win a big pot if you flop your top pair.
Yeah.
But, I totally agree with you. When your opponent doesn't necessarily even have to have a hand, just playing that hand out of position, it's hard to navigate multiple streets.
Very difficult, yeah. Brass Monkey picking up ace king again.
Suited this time.
I guess the last time he had the cold 4-bet. This time he has 3-bet opportunity. Let's go for it. Let's see if we get to C3 here. Gariz with the decision. Jack 10 suited. He is in position. He is getting an okay price. Although they're not super deep. SPR would be about 2, so I can understand him folding. So Sync 3 would be fun. Let's just fold. I think that's probably best. Going to the flop with 2 SPR with a hand that's dominated a lot, it's pretty uncomfortable. If you had like 12K, maybe there's a little bit more merit to Sync 3, but it's just going to be dominated a lot. And when SPR is 2, the stack off threshold, it's just a lot of 1 pair holding. So Jack 10 suited a hand, you kind of want to play the deeper SPR. You can make a hand better than 1 pair and get paid.
So many outs on the flop. And I like the re-raise, and I wish you would have shoved, and I would have insta-called. We ran it twice, and we did chop it. I want to know what the odds were on the flop. Tell me, Steven.
Yeah, a little bit worse than.
How about you? What's your go-to restaurant type?
Actually, I'm gonna go back to what you were saying. You mentioned you like barbecue. You ever been to Hutchins Barbecue?
I have not.
You gotta try that place out. That's probably I like Black's Barbecue and Hutchins Barbecue, but Hutchins I think is my favorite. So
Okay.
They got great brunettes.
I've been meaning to try some new barbecue places. I've really only been to like Hard 8. I like Hard 8 a lot, but everybody tells me that Black's is like another level, and I'm sure that one is good too. Which one? What did you say it was?
Hutchins.
Hutchins.
McKinney.
Okay.
But yeah, I like barbecue as well, especially Texas barbecue. Can't go wrong with that. Big fan of like Thai and like Japanese food. Now and there's like a food that I could probably like eat every day is pho. I don't know if you ever had that.
I've not.
The pho noodle soups.
I have not.
Is there something that you could eat every day if you were to? That's my go-to. Is like I could eat a bowl of pho literally every day.
I don't have something that I'm consistently eating. I don't know. I think I could eat Italian food a lot. I like pasta. eat pasta a lot.
And actually, that makes it easier, right? They can eat some kind of different pasta every single day, right? It's
Exactly.
like there's so many different varieties of pasta.
And it's interesting to see Steven's navigations here. He decides to call the king 7 suited versus Danny's open, and that makes sense because Danny is going to be opening pretty wide from the hijack, especially in the 4-blind configuration where the blinds kind of have to play pretty tight, just not getting a great price. You see Habib calling with the ace-jack off pre-flop and when he flops the second pair. Delivery with the best hand with top pair, and I like delivery size a lot too. He goes for
Danny here, drawing to the nut straight. He's going to make the call here, getting a decent price. 9 on the turn, going to pair the board. Kings and 9s with a jack kicker here.
And Steven's going to feel pretty comfortable about that card, improve, not having to worry about king 10 or king 8 now. There's a double flush draw. I'm interested to see his procedures. Yeah, check back seems pretty standard. He gets a good river too to bluff catch. Interested to see if Danny goes for bluff.
And the power of playing in position as well, so important. Especially I feel like in Texas, right, where you see a lot of multi-way pots. It just gives you so much power over the hand when you play in position, and it's looks like no one's going to take the bait here. This delivery, I don't know if there's any merit here to bets. Maybe trying to target a jack.
That would be pretty thin. If you think that Habib is going to call with a jack, which he does have a jack, there's merit to value betting. You have the best hand a lot. My thought process on this river would be, if I think that my opponents are capable of check raising as a bluff, I would be more inclined to check back, because this is a hand I would be put in a really tough spot with if my opponent did find a check raise. But
he has to go for value here, though.
Yeah, he does, and looks like Habib is going to look him up, so I really like it.
Look at him go here.
Really nice hand from Steven.
Getting the absolute max with king 7 suited. And it wasn't even a sizing where, like, some people might say, oh, maybe you try to bet a sizing where it might induce a bluff, and you could have a decent hand to bluff catch with there at that point. No, he bet a pretty solid value size in there. Yeah. Got a worse hand to call.
And I like his bet. He checks back turn, so he's under-repped his hand just a little bit, and he thinks he can get paid by a jack. And again, if your opponents are not going to find bluff raises, which it's quite uncomfortable to, then you can just start to go for those thinner value bets with hands like Steven's.
A very nice hand for him.
That's why you'll see Steven in those spots with ace jack. He'll look to find hands like that might be an okay bluff catcher, and he'll turn those into bluffs.
Right, where he can win a higher percentage of pots.
Exactly, where if his opponents are going for value thin with a hand like king 7, he's just going to put those hands in the absolute blender. And he's really good about being balanced. Like, he'll have a 9 there too sometimes. So really interesting to watch him go for value there. And would have been interesting to see if he had like an ace jack or something, see what he would have done like he did with the 9-10 off earlier.
Looks like we got kind of a sarcastic question here from Danny. But I mean, honestly, that's a good question in general. If there are any like 1-2 regulars out there, for someone like yourself that has moved yourself from 1-2 playing 2-5 and now even some of the larger games like 25-50, what's the best way for you to move up the stakes? Like, how did you move along with that journey?
Yeah, it was a fun, interesting journey for me, and for me, I just really enjoy poker, and kind of my love for poker just drove me to kind of obsess about players that were doing things that were better than me. So guys like Garrett Adelstein and other cash game pros kind of dialed into their game and started asking, like, why are they doing what they're doing? And then on top of just playing a lot and trying to get better, I would say the best way is to play and think critically about why you're making each decision at the table, and then question, like, okay, this is
don't be so content with yourself, right? Like,
yeah,
even if you think you won the pot and did everything right, try to find some kind of way.
Of
like,
course.
Any way you could have done it better, or
exactly, and look and see what players that you think are better than you, and look at what they're doing and try to learn from them. Guys that play poker on a higher level than you, ask why they're doing what they're doing, and I think that's what has helped me the most, just watching guys like Garrett and other people try to improve my game that way. And yeah, like you said, never being content, never thinking that you've got it figured out.
Yeah, so the moment you start thinking like that, then that's when you start improving. And, start falling behind the curve, and that's never what you want in an ever-evolving game like poker.
Yeah, I think the best recipe for getting better is just loving the game and the desire to get better. Like there's no course you could take or no amount of time that you can play that's gonna beat just your joy of watching poker and thinking poker. Delivery with a 4-bet candidate. Let's just call very deep with done.
Paired board on this flop, queen 3-3. Unlikely, either player connects with that 3. So Dunn's a continuation bet here. Pretty small sizing here. Delivery does have some backdoors, backdoor clubs, backdoor wheel opportunities. If Mr. Delivery ever thinks Dunn is like over c-betting the flop like this, maybe he might, attack that c-bet range. And he's just called, which is interesting to me. I kind of expected him to rather raise than just call, and that's kind of a bad turn card for either player.
Yeah, I would expect Delivery to find raise more than call, especially when we do see that Dunn is probably over c-betting. He does decide to pick a hand like ace-9 suited, which doesn't have much turn barrel opportunities, but this card is just so good for him, just being able to leverage all of his queen X, all of his kings and aces, which Delivery will never have. So I like his continue on turn.
John B with the question here, is the poker crew still on? If so, where can I get more info? I looked on the site but couldn't find anything. Still open such spots. I'm not sure if there's any spots still available, but if you type into Google Texas Card House Poker Cruise, I think there should be a link that pops up there. I wish I could give you more than that. Let's see, I'm going to try to help you out here.
And I think Delivery there just looking to not be over-folding against a c-bet, so call also makes sense. Just don't want to be over-folding against somebody like Dunn who is going to be c-betting frequently, gets a bad turn card and has to give it up, but does not mean that that's a bad continue on Delivery's part. And looks like we have a flip here. Is that what's going on?
Oh yeah, it looks like we're getting to the second half of our live stream now. So actually, I'm going to run an ad here, but don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We're going to have our flip here, and then we'll get right back into the action after these short messages.
My name is Eugene. I'm the tournament director at Texas Card House Dallas. I have some exciting news for our tournament players in 2023. We will be starting a tournament rewards program that is offering a $15,000 free roll quarterly, and there's 2 ways to qualify. 1, you can be top 20 on our money leaderboard. 2, you can be top 25 on our loyalty rewards leaderboard. Follow along at texascarddallas.com for more details.
That's right. If you're a tournament player here in the Dallas area, and like tournament poker, obviously, you should definitely be excited for 2023. Every quarter, that's right, every quarter we're going to have a $15,000 guaranteed free roll for the top 20 prize leaders every quarter and the top 25 loyalty point leaders. So for the prize leaders, I believe it's the cash amount divided by the buy-in, and that determines the number of points you get. And then for the loyalty side, every single entry into a tournament gets you one loyalty point. So very cool thing we're doing here.
So it's going to be the top 25 players that play the most tournaments,
Yeah,
and then
the top 20 that do the best in caching.
Got you. Very cool. Good to see ECH giving back to some tournament players. I've been very surprised. There's always a bunch of entries in the daily tournaments, which is good to see.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a great entry. I mean, it has a great barrier of entry, right? The $130 for the bounty or for the daily turbo tournaments, and they just happen so quickly too, right? You pay $130, play 3.5, 4 hours, and you can win $2,000. You know,
yeah.
Don't tell him.
I think I told you about this when I was playing WSP circuit main event at the bike. There's this like old guy who just like kept folding like the late stage in the tournament. And so he like went to fold me in his ball blind. I looked at like 9 of spades, 4 hearts. I just like this nice loopy club.
He's like punching like.
He's just limp folding everything, and I'm like, you know, I can use, I can pick up 3 chips here. Big blind wakes up at ace jack and calls. He has the old like ace of diamonds, jack of spades. Flop comes. Or I'm sorry, ace of spades, jack of diamonds. So flop comes jack high, all like 3 spades. Comes like jack 10 8, all spades. Turns the 7 of spades. So I rip off the straight 11.
What did I got?
You got a lot of chips over there.
He had the ace of spades. Flop comes jack high, 3 spades.
Had a pretty action, like what, first hour, died down a little bit in the second hour, but looking to see it get picked up here.
Absolutely. Do you know if there's any big tournaments coming up? Are you allowed to say?
Not that I'm aware of. But I mean, last I talked to Eugene, he's always looking to do at least 1 big tournament every quarter.
Yeah.
I'm small, he's big.
So I imagine we can look at some kind of tournament, you know, maybe the next, maybe spring at the earliest. Yeah.
Okay. How do you feel about tournaments versus cash games? Which do you enjoy more?
I think in general, tournaments are more fun, right? Like the thrill of running deep in a tournament, making day 2, knowing that you have the shot of making, you know, making, you know, 5 figures in the tournament. But I think overall, I still do like cash games more.
Me and Danny, huh?
Yeah, I like the thrill of tournaments as well. The last TCA tournament, the bounty tournament, was a blast.
Yeah, you made a pretty deep run, right?
I
You
made a
got like,
pretty
what,
deep run.
15 or
Yeah,
something?
yeah. I ended up finishing like 19th.
Oh,
But
19th.
yeah, it's always a good time, tournaments, just being able to experience something different than the cash games I play all the time. It's fun. I enjoy them a lot.
Can you beat a 2-pair ace high?
I definitely want to play more tournaments this year.
Show one. Find the one that's not the queen. Did you say geek?
I always see you firing the tournaments as well, so.
Yeah,
That's
when the for the bigger tournaments, yes.
Yeah.
I always play the bigger ones if I can.
Hey, Steven.
Yeah, I was fortunate to make day 2 for the bounty as well. But I think I got eliminated in 60th on day 2, but I did get 1 bounty, so I mean that mystery bounty, that was great value, man. I mean, because I got 60th, but you know, with my cash out and then with the 1 mystery bounty that I got, I mean, I got the minimum, but it was still $800.
Yeah.
I ended up getting like 20th place money or something.
I know.
Like that. It was such great value.
We probably made the same amount of money from that
you
tournament.
didn't get a single bounty?
I didn't get a single bounty, and I was in for 2 bullets. So
Me too, actually.
Okay.
So we were probably exactly the same profit.
But still a good time, and it's fun to run deep. It's fun to have 2 million chips, whatever it is.
Yeah, when you're in the millions,
Yeah.
like I have 40 players in my stack, 40 starting players.
And you don't get to experience that super often. You got to run good in tournaments.
Yeah, and also for those of y'all that like tournaments here at TCH Dallas, we've actually, our tournament director Eugene has actually restructured a lot of the payouts. I don't know if you noticed that maybe from watching his final table or maybe you look at the screen, but he did think it was a better decision to try to flatten out the payout structure a little bit, making it a lot less top heavy. So for example, this past Saturday for our bigger one tournament, typically I tell people, oh, historically we've had. Anytime we get a decent amount in that tournament, first place is 32,000 plus. Now it wasn't exactly 32,000; it was 21,000 for first. However, you could have made fourth; it still made $10,000.
Yeah.
So I think overall it's good for the longevity of the room and for a high percentage of our players rather than just the top one.
Yeah, I really like that. I think that's a lot better than a super top heavy structure. Just gives more people more money and makes it a little bit less variance for those tournament players where you're going to get on the final table and you're going to run kings into ace king and you're going to lose to the ace sometimes. And so I was always a big fan of a little bit flatter pay jumps.
Yeah, I mean, because I think the payout was like, I think 10,000 for fourth, then like 13 for third, then like 18 or 17 or something, or it just went out a lot flatter. But it was just a really good payout, and I was telling people before, is like there was people that would make the final table out of a 300-person tournament on Saturdays, and not even triple their money, and that feels kind of bad.
I completely agree with you. So it's good to be making some improvements. And Brass Monkey with our first pocket aces sighting, I believe.
Wow, you're right. Yeah, you're right. 2 hours and 15 minutes, and first aces sighting of the night. Grizz only 3K back here, kind of in a rough spot. Will make the call here, playing what 0.75 SPR here.
Yeah, and interesting the laugh before he calls. That's
top set.
Oh wow.
Flop is going to save Grizz some money. I mean, say it became deuce 3-4 on the flop, that would have been tough for Grizz to get away from. I think he can pretty comfortably fold this hand.
I agree. I would really like to see like 10% from Brass Monkey or check, just because it's such a good board for your hand. It's such a good board for your range. You bet 1,000, you're really just praying he has the last ace in the deck. And yeah, he does just make the fold.
Did it become the one card you wanted?
Yeah, that was the best card you could have seen.
Yeah, pretty interesting to not find aces until 2 hours and 15 minutes in.
Tyler, what are you trying to do to me over here, man?
First you can't scan your cards, and then whenever you can.
Damn, aces in the 100?
And the hundo. That's what I'm saying. Is God, the poker gods reward a little bit of it really is.
I totally agree, Brian. I think I've said that multiple times on this live stream. Poker gods reward a little bit of gamble, a little bit of out of lineness, and they'll punish the people that are nits.
Looks like we got the $100 straddle on again, and
no, $200.
Oh, $200 straddle. I wasn't sure if she opened. We do have the 200 on. And Grizz finds himself with 10 big blinds with 2,000 in his stack. Wouldn't mind to jam here, but he does just make it 500 and delivery with a decision with ace jack. He knows he doesn't have much fold equity from Grizz, so it's just up to, do I have a good enough hand to stack off? And it looks like his answer is yes. Makes it 1,200, just looking to commit Grizz's stack.
It's your turn to fold. Yes, sir.
Will Grizz, choose to put in the jam here. So much dead money. My gosh.
And this is why open jamming with 10 big blinds in tournaments makes a lot of sense, because you just get to realize all of your equity. Here he has about 45% equity, so it's really not that terrible when he gets called. But once you raise and get 3-bet, it's pretty uncomfortable. Calling feels really hard. I would probably just let this hand go if I did decide to raise it. But he is going to C3. Oh, and okay, the graphics are wrong. He has a lot more than $700 behind, so forget my analysis of 10 big blind poker.
Wow, what a terrible flop for both hands here. Monotone board. And all low cards here, 8, 7, 5.
Yeah, it looks like he has about 3,000 behind. And a beautiful card from Mr. Delivery on the turn. Makes top. Still not the most comfortable board for his hand, but likely has the best hand.
Yeah, in the hand with no diamond in his hand, he's definitely want to try to charge those hands that do contain a diamond. And Grizz does have equity to hit that 9.
Does just put him in for pot. This makes a lot of sense. He's going to have 1 diamond holdings, and Grizz doesn't have a decision here, but he would with other hands. And like you said, if he has a 1 diamond holding and Mr. Delivery gets him to fold the 1 diamond holding, it's a pretty nice win for Mr. Delivery, just blowing him off of his equity. And he also is going to get hands to call like King Jack, Queen Jack that he just has in really bad shape.
Shit, sorry.
Grizz pondering a call. Might think better of it, and we'll let it go. Libby RN in the chat says, "Hi, Tyler." And says, "Hi, I'm Tyler's mom." Have to say that. Hi, right? Absolutely. Welcome to the live stream. I'm assuming you're Tyler, the dealer's mom. I'm sure he'll appreciate the support. Happy to have you here.
What's the largest stack? Can you please ask? Yes, thank you.
And Kim asking for the largest stack. Sounds like she might be topping up here. She wants to play some deep stack poker. Love to see that.
Mr. Delivery will have the largest stack, so she's adding on here, adding 6K to go to 17,000.
These stacks are just getting massive. We have Brass Monkey with 15, Delivery with 17, Done with 14, so it's not too far off from the Tuesday stream, although you will see people on Tuesday with 50 or 60K stacks. Most of them will have about 10 to 15.
You are aggressive tonight.
He is aggressive with his throwing his chips in. He's never played on the stream before.
Yeah. It's this table, man.
Hey, one of our dealers here in the live stream chat. Mr. Griffin, Noy. Says, "Nice table, Happy New Year's, TCH." What's up? Hope you're doing all right overseas. You might remember her. She was the lady with the stick.
Yeah,
she's the first lady. Yeah, I think she went back home to believe Thailand. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It looks like Danny flops top set here. Checks him on the button. Who bets 500, and Kim not going anywhere with top pair.
Gonna turn top boat now. Kim kind of in some trouble here. Fortunate for her, it is a monotone flop. Okay, yes, so she is in Thailand now. Hope you're doing well over there, Noi. Thank you for tuning in.
That's 925.
It'll be interesting to see how Kim continues here with either call or fold after Danny bets half pot, and he's trying to milk her, trying to keep her in there with some middling strength holdings, and she wisely gets away from her top pair.
Yeah, not many river cards you're looking to make to improve your hand, right? I mean, 9 doesn't really do too much. Well, I guess 9 would be a disaster, but yeah, looking for like another 8, and that's it.
Yeah, I agree. Not many rivers you're comfortable with.
Okay, there we go.
I'd much rather have an 8 in a club or some kind of equity, especially out of position.
It's neck and neck. Scalp and scalp. see him walk by earlier.
The other bad thing about the light is it changes the color of
Raise the 150.
You can't tell the sort of
Do you know if this game continues post stream?
I'd say it's 50-50. A high percentage of them can't play after. I know Brass might will stay for a little bit, I think, but Kim usually leaves immediately. Beat usually leaves immediately. Same with OFC. Same with Carlos. So it really, I guess, depends on who's in the game and who's on the list.
Yeah. And
thinking of playing possibly if it runs.
Potentially thinking about it. Seems like a fun game to play, and if he picks up Park Bases and takes you down.
Daniel says, "Good day, lads. Hope all is well. Watching from Melbourne, Australia, and enjoying the stream. Think a smashing of the like button is in order." I'm not gonna lie. When I first read it, I was thinking about it in like an Australian accent. Thank you so much for tuning in, Daniel. Absolutely, you should definitely hit that like button if y'all are enjoying our content. Let me go ahead and check how many likes we currently have. We have 70 likes, and then we should try to get that like number up. You know, since we have our special guest Harvey here tonight, I'll let him set the like goal for the end of the stream. So we got about an hour and a half left in our stream, and currently with 73 likes.
What do you think is possible here?
Generally, I go for half the viewership.
Okay.
Because sometimes we just have some people kind of lurking and then not really watching anyways. But
go for 110 likes.
110. Okay.
See if we can get there.
So
I'm gonna drop a like.
Very nice. Harvey's gonna want 110 likes by the end of the stream, so we got an hour and a half to do it. If you get to hit that like button, please hit the like button. Helps the channel out a bunch. And if you're just now tuning in, welcome to TCH Live. You're listening to the voices of Derek and Harvey. I'm Derek. I'm one of the main commentators here at TCH Dallas, and also a dealer. I also play quite often. And Harvey here, regular player here at TCH. Actually, I think one of the first times we played with each other was actually on a live stream, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it was on the Next Gen live stream back in the day. We used to run that quite frequently.
Yeah, it's fun to think about how...
Wasn't Danny in that game too?
I don't know if Danny was.
Or was it a separate...
I think Danny was not in the game. I think it was all the Next Gen guys. I remember you. I don't think Danny or Chris was there.
Okay, I think I played with you and Danny on separate occasions on that
That
stream.
sounds right. I remember at the time that was a pretty big game for me. It was like 1-2 or no, it was like 1-3
500 max.
500 max. I was like buying in at 1-2 for 300. It's fun to see how things change so fast.
And all it takes is some discipline, some bankroll management, and you two can play 5-10, 10-1/4.
Absolutely.
Trap Witness says, when is the last Kalinas TCH going to happen? That's a great question, and I love all these questions here in the live stream chat. If you have any other questions, please feel free to do so. What I know is that look towards first quarter of this year, spring at the earliest is, I think, where we can see that location open up.
I'm excited for it.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. It's going to have full bar, full kitchen. Also, do you play golf at all?
I don't really know.
But it's going to have 2 golf bay simulators, I've heard.
I did hear that. That's cool. And Danny in a spot here. He opens ace queen with the $50 straddle on. Habib calls, and OFC rips in 2.5K, which is about 50 big blinds. And Danny, being a tournament player, he knows what the jamming range should look like. He knows what the call-off range should look like. Interested to see what he does here. OFC, definitely not a guy who's only ripping it with ace-king plus. He definitely has some wider jams here, so...
He could have some ace-jack suited, some pocket jacks, some pocket tens. So now he's probably just doing the math right now, figuring out the combo of hands that he's currently flipping with, and the combo of hands that he's dominated, and then doing the math, running the numbers.
And
it's probably pretty close, actually, at this price.
Yeah, I really wouldn't be surprised if he puts it in. I kind of expect him to call it off just because OFC is likely not going to do this with aces and kings.
Right, so you can kind of discount those hands, and you do have an ace in your hand.
Exactly, so you're really hoping to fade ace, king exactly, and pocket queens, both of which you block. So I bet he expects to be flipping a lot against a hand like 9s, 10s, and jacks.
Okay, yeah, kind of an unfortunate holding to have here in this exact spot. And it looks like he might just pay it off here, and hard to blame him for that.
Absolutely.
2,300 to win a pot of over 5,000.
And we saw Gariz fold ace queen, so Danny in pretty bad shape here. 5K on the line. Does flop a queen, but OFC with the king. And the double up.
Nice hand.
And OFC will find the full double up, now back up to his, well, I guess he had the rebuy, but back up to the $5,000 stack. I think that's pretty close there for Danny, and I'm sure he might just ran the numbers real quick. A lot of times, if I imagine you did the same thing. This is what I do. I feel like if I'm just trying to get a quick, odds calculation in my head, I just round everything down or up, and just a lot of times if you're within a few percent, it's close enough.
Yeah.
To make a reasonable decision off of it.
Yeah, definitely some tough spots pre-flop, and Danny being the good tournament player that he is, he probably knows those spots pretty well. And unfortunately, that time he's up against ace king, but I imagine he's fine with the shape that he's in versus OFC's range there. I probably find the call there too.
Yeah, and then though it does feel like such a dominated hand there, you still have 30% against a hand like ace king. So 30% of the time you will hit that queen or find the the straight or whatever and to win the hand. So.
Yeah. And Habib limps the button with ace king. Kim continuing from the small blind, just calls 50 and Grizz checking his option.
I like pocket eights. I've been hitting those pocket eights lately, baby.
Isn't it funny how you just get a run of a hand and just crushes it? Like 9s for me were for a long time. I love 9s. Just kept flopping a 9.
Well, so I joke, so you know how like at the end of the year, like Spotify, they have these like end of the year wrap-ups. It's like Spotify wrap-up.
Yeah, I just got mine.
Yeah. I was saying for 2022, I'm like, man, I wish I had like my 2022 poker wrapped. It's like, here's the hand you made the most money with. Right, something like that. Like, here's the person.
That'd be interesting. It's like you lost the most money with this specific hand, or like the number of sets you flopped with each.
Yeah.
To read your cards.
Stephen always with some interesting table conversation. Always appreciate it. And unless Habib's hand changed, he should have ace king on this board. Looks like he's going to min raise. I could be wrong, but I believe he has ace king. Comes with the min raise. Interesting decision to min raise this hand. A lot of hands beat him on this board.
Oh yeah, you're right. You could have all the ups. Yeah.
Carlos makes the call. If Habib does have ace king,
67% right now.
I expect it to go check check.
Good point. Hey, that's why he's so
I know Habib will bet out for value here, and I don't think he can go anywhere here. Show ace. Oh, Habib had the ace king.
Yes, Habib has ace king. And yeah, he does kind of value own himself. It sounds like Carlos has a flush.
Hey, is he playing tonight or is she sitting there?
That's the other thing that's really frustrating.
Did you hear? Was that Brian?
I didn't hear.
Yeah, I think I overheard Brass Monkey say, "Is Kim playing here tonight, or is she just sitting there as she gets her drink?"
Looks like she did get that add-on. Looks like she's sitting with very healthy stack. And now we see Carlos does have the Jack 3 of hearts. Interestingly, he doesn't raise river versus Habib's quarter pot bet with ace king, but takes it down nonetheless.
It's part of the game. You're not incorporating the occasional.
I love that him played when he like check raised the sixes on like the 10-10 board, but ended up, you know, river to boat and ended up running in the quads. Quads. Brian's, you know, got a little wiggle to his waggle here.
Have a little wiggle to the waggle.
Only problem is
when you never have quads. I mean, whatever happens, it happens. I enjoyed the entire. I put him on a better pair. But
have you ever just like bluffed in the quads?
Yeah, I've bluffed into the nuts quite a few times. I don't know if I've bluffed into quads specifically.
I think the top boat, and those are like the strongest holdings that I've bluffed into.
Yeah.
Man, I should probably
Never fun to get snapped when you get bluffed or when you are bluffing.
All you're waiting for is that just like 2-second pause, and then for them to check back their cards, like, okay, I have a shot here. I'm gonna flop the best hand here, second pair.
I couldn't fold. I'll get like 28-1. That's why poker's fun, though. And I like people. It's fun to sit around with people and hang out.
Okay, looks like the flop's switching up on us a little bit.
Oh, well. Yeah, we didn't get to see the overhead cam before it scanned, I guess, or something. Mis-scanned.
Both players with flush draws. Kim with the nut flush draw, but Habib the one doing the betting. Expect Kim not to go anywhere.
Get your COVID pack out.
I think he may be doing methamphetamines. I don't know.
Some skinny snacks.
I've been getting way too much time on Advil.
You can see him in front of the fireplace with his.
Wow, and look at this, the triple barrel here from Habib, going for it here. He was the initial raiser. He can have all the overpairs, all the stronger holdings here. You know, not afraid about that monotone flop there. And Kim here with the decision. She want to call off here with ace jack high.
Props to Kim for thinking about it.
Wow, and Habib gets one through.
Nice hand.
Shows the 9 of diamonds, and Kim might be like, oh, I guess he flopped flush. Which, no, he was bluffing.
Yep.
Nice play there from Habib.
It's going to show in like 3 minutes.
Going for it, the aggression. I like it. So much easier to say to do it when you're not, when you're seeing the cards, and the fact that he's able to do that there while in the moments against a strong player like Kim and out of position. It's really awesome.
Yeah, definitely not super comfortable to bluff 3 streets. He finds it and makes a good amount of profit that hand. Nice hand, Habib.
Yeah, there were many cards.
I don't know. Brian's got some doubts over there. He's got the perfect angle to see all these grays.
You guys ever make a poker play though, where you have a play in mind and like your brain is arguing with you as you're going out with the money?
Yes.
I was having an out-of-body experience there.
But occasionally, like, it's actually worked out for the better, where I'm like, I'm glad I just let my body take over.
Yeah. Sometimes your body knows a read. Like, you pick something up that you don't have.
Yeah, you feel the call in your wrist before you feel it in your head.
Kim opening up the 8-5s with hearts in the cutoff. Looks like OFC gonna have some bad news for her. Makes it 525. I don't mind Kim's raves with the 8-5 suited. It's loose, but the blinds are going to have to play pretty tight. Obviously in this game, they're probably not playing super tight, but having position's nice, and she has no decision here really.
He went 3 inches.
Oh, Carlos calls, so she decides to make the call as well. 3 ways in a 3-bet pot
What are you talking
here.
about, Harvey? She has every decision here. Just call, right? No.
Yeah.
Well, she does still have a gutter ball here.
I always
Gutter ball, backdoor hearts, top for Carlos. Gonna outflop OFC. Kind of annoying to when you have ace king and he comes queen high
No, it doesn't have anything in it. You have to have
in a 3-bet pot. You know, very likely someone has queen in their hand.
Does not deter OFC from continuing though.
more coffee when I read than.
I didn't think anybody actually read poetry. That's amazing.
It's been a long time since I actually heard something.
Did you quote a little for us, Steve? Quote a little for us? Some reading?
Say that again?
You want to quote a little reading?
Oh, I mean,
some haikus maybe?
I only have so many poems memorized.
I'm going to let you keep those to yourself.
8 on a turn. Gonna give Kim a pair to go along with her gutter ball, and Carlos gonna check.
What?
Checks to OFC again.
Oh yeah, it's so similar.
No real draw here.
I like historical.
Any specific genre? Or you
Does check back.
Ah, okay.
I do enjoy some stuff, especially about like.
And I think Carlos here with the effective nuts. I mean, unless Kim has exactly
Jack 10.
Jack 10.
I like watching like documentaries on it.
He does decide to check, and he's going to check through, upset that he doesn't find a bet out of them too. I don't know if they would have called a bet, so he doesn't have to be too upset that he doesn't get any value.
When you have that much of the board, and you are out of position, a lead out already looks just so strong. So again, I like what you're saying. I think it's very tough for them to call anything, even with say like kings. If you like bet out large.
Yeah.
It's so well written. I'm putting money with it. I mean, you got so many good one-liners, so many good phrases. It's so well written, and it's about mixes music in with fantasy, and then a little bit of alchemy. It's just interesting. A little bit of history.
And the name of the word?
Yes. Look, I mean, it's super high rated.
Yeah, I'll do that for sure. I like carrying people.
That you are. I'm telling you, that's. I've read it twice. All of it. It's really good.
You're good. Maybe I haven't. Do you know the main character's name?
No. It's been long enough now. It's been 8 years or something like that.
I'm really bad at like remembering the names of books and stuff. I used to like buy the books and keep it, and I'll read it and I'll just keep it forever.
Somebody will tell me later after the game. Kimmy will.
I'm almost positive I've read this book. So I think the main character's name is Quote.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It's a good book.
Looks like we're going 4 ways to the flop here.
His new one's supposed to be coming out next
Danny flopping a flush draw.
Grizz gonna find trips on this flop. Bad kicker though.
Oh wow, he flats the 5-3 suited and gets rewarded, or 5-3 off gets rewarded for it, and Kim is the one doing the betting.
I like the setting where they're like in slash tavern, it's like telling those stories.
Yeah.
I wonder if he decides to raise right now or call. Does come with call, and he should invite Danny in with his flush draw. Danny might be thinking of raise, but I kind of expect him to just see a turn.
They try to make. They sold the rights to make a movie out of it.
Does call.
It scares me, but it makes me excited.
Yeah, you said they're waiting for technology to catch up. He's got so much CGI.
There it is. The heart on the turn. Gonna give Danny. Jack high flush there with the redraw. This is where we get, like, say if someone had pocket threes right here. Oh my gosh. If the Queen of Hearts comes, boom, bad beat.
True.
Because obviously,
And he's going to lead this card. Pretty interesting.
Execs don't give you 4 seasons right off the rip, right? They let you try it out. Hopefully it's popular. If it catches on and it's done well, then.
Obviously, Guray's not going anywhere with trip threes.
Oh yeah, and you just need the right people behind it. Right? Like, imagine if,
Although he doesn't have much behind.
Have you seen all the seasons of the original game?
He's going to call and hope to see a 5, king, or an ace.
Second, third seasons. the same quality like six, 7, and 8 seasons. Like it never would have gotten
Watch it. Have you seen The Offer?
The Offer?
Yeah. I think it was Paramount, so I bought it.
Looks like Grizz only has half pot behind, so looks like the only decision for Danny is to go all in.
Go all in. Try to put a 3 in a tough spot.
Yeah.
Get the max against maybe a 2-pair holding, or maybe just try to cooler another flush.
And Grizz does make the call. Danny shows the flush.
let you get away with it, Danny.
Don't really blame Grizz for the call there. He has a very strong hand.
Thought you might have had ace 3.
I wonder what hands Danny calls flop with. Lead turn and then jams river as a bluff.
They were bullying him, and then Paramount starts having problems.
Maybe he turns the king into a bluff.
But if you haven't seen,
that seems pretty counterintuitive.
Yeah, not many bluffs for sure that would take that line. So wouldn't fault Grizz for a fault there, but I mean his hand's also just very strong as well. And it looks like that might be it for Grizz, unfortunately. GG's in the chat for Grizz. Thank you so much for coming out tonight. Always a pleasure to have him on the stream.
So hard in game to fold a hand as strong as Trips there, especially when you flop the world and don't have much behind. Kind of have to hope that Danny's value betting a worse hand, which maybe he is sometimes.
It's amazing. The first time I saw the Matrix, it was on TV, and they had cut some parts of it. They cut out the screens.
Danny just the call here with pocket jacks. Probably sometimes 3-betting this holding, sometimes calling. Decides to call this time.
Wow, and he's calling from the small blind too. Very surprising. And I mean, I like it. I mean, you probably do it at like a very small frequency, right?
Yeah.
But and it's gonna come ace high. Neither player likes this flop.
He does get brass funky to put in the $100 with 7 deuce. He has the best hand, but you can't love his hand with 2 overs. Probably gonna look to get to showdown, which he does. Takes down the pot.
I'm not particularly surprised, but
Then you look at me like that, I say, okay, here's a packet. You want to raise it? You want me to do all this? I cannot do it.
I love it.
That's why you're looking at me. I know.
Felt weird.
You always know. You always find you attractive. You don't know.
Yeah, there is.
You always know what I have.
I love movies. I've seen Uncanny. Have you seen 7?
I like Danny, but I don't like how he gets it. You know.
I do.
Have you seen 7?
Yeah.
With Brad Pitt. And
That's like
it's a freaky movie. You gotta watch that.
was
It's
one
a
of the best
classic.
movies of
It's a 90-something. But
Looks like Derek is running to the restroom, so it's just me in here with you guys. Chat, if you have any questions for me, let me know. Looks like we've got
I was gonna say naming the bad guy. I'm like
maybe an hour left of the stream, so hopefully find some more interesting hands for you guys. Carlos making it 200 with King Queen off in the cutoff.
And then,
Not much for anybody so far.
Brad Pitt was 35 and snap. He was still like.
lock, stock, and 2 smoking barrels.
Takes it down, mixed in. Shows
yeah, Satan, right?
It's the same Guy Ritchie.
But you gotta see. So you gotta watch 7. You've never seen it, and you like freaky. If you like other movies like The Professional, 7 is so good and freaky.
You guys would like lock, stock, and 2 smoking barrels. There's a lot of poker in it.
And 7 is
actually
the 7 deadly sins.
Well, it's not about poker. It's like it's just like the gambling world. It's like
Have you seen The Usual Suspects?
yeah, same thing. That's I will not give away the bad guy in that one.
It's Brad Pitt again.
Yeah, exactly.
what's funny is, I don't know if y'all know Keith, he's a British guy.
Yeah.
Me and him were having like this, like a very similar conversation.
Looks like we have a blind versus blind battle. Habib versus Ken. Kim checking her option with the Robbie does flop bottom pair, but Habib with the nut flush and the open-ended straight flush. Betson takes it down.
Oh, what a flop there for Habib.
Yeah.
Who called it?
That's another classic movie that I actually haven't seen, but I know the twist.
If you know the twist, it's not it's kind of slow, to be honest with you.
It kind of sucks that it is slow.
I like Signs. That's another one of his movies that's really good. I like alien movies.
It's fine, but
It's not like, it's not set.
You guys have seen The Prestige, right? That's one of the best movies ever. Oh, it's
That's a good twist.
Yeah, that's one of my top 3 movies, if not my favorite.
who's the leader in that again?
It's Hugh Jackman and Christian Bale. I have a brother who is 6 years old.
Bragger.
2 years after, or a year after.
Yeah, I think I do that.
And I had Yeah.
Looks like we're going heads up to a flop here.
So all downhill.
Brass Monkey with the best hand. Neither player flopping much.
Yeah.
Brass Monkey, the initial aggressor, will just bet out and take the spot down.
Have you seen the clip in the
Oh yeah, that's what's his face? Is Leonardo DiCaprio? Yeah.
That's when he was like a younger guy.
Have you guys seen
I wonder if we will see somebody take the empty seat.
That is so stupid. It does. Have you watched it lately? It does. I tried to watch.
Can't imagine this game
This is slow, Dad.
going on.
And the shark will space.
I see it open for long. So many fun players to play with.
So good at the time, and like this, I don't know. I still kind of like. I like it.
Looks like Danny Chin is going to take the open seat, so should be fun to watch him battle with these guys for a bit. Danny, a good friend of mine, so wishing him some run good.
Yeah, I'm sure he was watching earlier, so I mean, I'm sure he had his eye, or maybe had his name on the list. Maybe texted Mallard like, "Hey, put me on the alternate list." Your seat gets open. You would see him battle.
Yeah, he was in the live chat not too long ago, so he might have some idea of how the game's playing, how some players are playing.
That's a great movie.
How about Butch Cassidy and some nice kid?
I've never seen Stephen McQueen and Evan Stop Cars. Have you seen Cars? Lightning McQueen, no relation.
Harlow, what's up, buddy? The chat pro. How's it going?
Because the greatest game is based on a true story.
Here's a question for you. What's the greatest animated movie of all time? I have a very definite opinion about this.
Kim finally waking up with a playable hand here. Queen Jack suited in the small blind, gonna open.
Let them get a little older, have some kids, and then cry when you watch out.
Yeah, I mean, before this hand, she kind of just laying back, watching the action, sipping on her mixed drink.
And the first time she picks up a hand, Carlos with the pocket rockets. Let's see what size he comes with. Just a min raise, almost.
Well, so this is what I was going to say. Is that it doesn't sound like many people here are going to mention the Miyazaki films. But Spirited Away.
There he is, Danny Chin, taking the 4 seed, it looks like. And it looks like we're going to go 3 ways to this flop, so we could see some action here.
What? Yeah, I was like 11.
You're just a bitter little kid.
Wow, and top set here.
I was like an intelligent.
Wow, and Kim has queen high flush draw.
I could tell that they were trying to like show me like.
And the board is ace high, it's not king high.
Oh wait, there was a flush draw.
There is a flush draw though. And Carlos gonna go large. I would have kind of liked to see a smaller bet here, but he should still get action from Kim. I believe she has the nut flush draw and a gut shot.
Yeah, I think it's ace of clubs.
There it is.
Ace of clubs, 8 of clubs, king of diamonds. 4 of hearts, such a safe turn card there for Carlos. Still has the nuts.
And I would like to see him bet a size that
Because like the first
Kim has to continue.
the first hour of it.
With Carlos having top set, some of her club outs are not good, so you don't want to get, you don't really want to have her fold out a hand like this, but
Yeah, I like about like 2,700, 2,750, somewhere around that range. Pretty close. Your 3,200, pretty, it was definitely a larger bet for sure.
yeah, this is a big bet. I think Kim probably going to make the fold here, not getting the odds, but we'll see. She might think that if she hits her club or her tin, she's going to get paid every time, so there might be some implied odds, but yeah, she does just let it go.
Yeah, I don't know if there was the right implied odds, just with how like deep or how shallow the rest of the stack was. They only had like 4K back.
Yeah,
right?
Carlos not much behind.
Say if he had like exactly what Kim had back, then I think I could see a merit there with the applied odds. But nice hand there for Carlos. Is he now the big winner?
No.
Yeah, I think he's the big winner now after that pot.
I think about 6K is right. He's up 6K. He might be.
I mean, because he only ever buys in for 5,000 at a time. He rarely matches.
Great.
First Iron Man was kind of one that was like, wow.
I wonder how much Danny's saying down here.
We were discussing like how much he did this year, like how much.
Shout out to all our loyal viewers out there watching on YouTube and Twitch. I see that we got about 235 viewers out there and about 5 viewers on the Twitch side. Thank you so much.
It's so boring.
I heard mainly negative things about it.
It's 3 hours and some shit. You couldn't sit through it with your guys.
I thought the first one was boring.
Is it in the theaters or what?
I thought it was beautiful.
It was beautiful. It's stunning to watch. The whole time I was like, wow, look at that. But nothing is happening. Literally nothing happening.
Shocking how the rest of it.
There's no story. Like at the end, we're exactly the same spot as we were at the beginning. Yeah, the same guy alive still, the same bad guy, same everything. I think we already started the third one, right?
I don't know if I'm going to go see the second one. I mean, it's a movie seen in theaters.
It's so meant to be seen in theaters.
I guess speaking of movies, I guess I heard Brass Monkey there talking about Avatar.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I feel like I've heard some good things about it.
I honestly wasn't that big of a fan of the first one. I mean, I really enjoyed like the visuals and like the music and like I didn't like the story too much. I felt like it was just like space Pocahontas to me. You know, like the invading foreigners with the it's native.
Yeah, it was interesting. I liked the first one, but I haven't had too much desire to go see the second one yet. I haven't seen it.
I think part of the problem too is like there's so much time passed from the first one, right? With 2009 and now it's 13 years later. Like it's a whole other generation.
Absolutely.
Like I saw that movie when I was 14. 14 or 15, yeah, 14.
Trying to ante it all the way around.
Looks like we got the $100 straddle on again.
We'll do that next hand so Danny just
Oh my god, that would be so fun.
I would love to do that next hand. Straddle up to 1, 2, 4, yeah. Danny, you're the 800 next hand.
And one of the bad things about this many straddles is the blinds just have to play pretty tight, just not getting very good odds. Like Danny with the King 9 off here.
Wow. That's right. I got a walk. Boom.
Oh, poker gods again in the straddle. I thought you had aces, right?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't even remember what I had. My hand may have actually meant like I may have some open my hand. I just completely blanked on that. I was playing poker. I have no idea what I had.
Oh, that's great. I like 7-9, especially if it's seated.
I think I had like 5 years. I don't even remember.
Well, what if it was 6, 7, 8? Those are the fun ones. Blind on blind.
Looks like Habib is leading the VPIP statistic. No surprise.
Typically is. How is DJ Danny already beat today?
I don't think he's played a hand yet.
Oh,
So.
that was Grizz. I think it's Grizz's stats. That was DJ Danny's.
That makes sense.
Game on.
I know why.
Not even here. No. Like
Like you're trying to complicate more things on this new table.
Done waking up with Ace King. Looks like Khabib is going to make the call, and I expect Carlos to C3 as well with his pocket sixes.
I think it's cool. I hate it though, because like it used to be that way at Fox.
Also, like, how much do people have?
It's so hard, and people would get annoyed when you'd ask them. I'm like, well, when you stack them all up and bury them under your chips, I'm gonna ask for every single time.
Like, people would steal.
I'm shocked people were annoyed by you, Steve.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like,
Dunn's gonna find top here. Oh, it's gonna be a bet and take it on this flop. No one to really call with anything. A nice hand for him. Mitchell Lane in the chat says, let's smash that like button. Absolutely, Mitchell. Always appreciate your support, buddy.
Nice hand.
One of our regular tournament players here at TCH Dallas. Yeah, looks like we got about 87 likes. So Harvey wanted 110 likes by the end of the stream. So we need 23 more likes to get to that point. Libby RN in the chat says, Tyler's really looking forward to dealing on this cruise coming up. Absolutely, me too, Libby. I'm actually going to be working on that cruise as well. Should be a lot of fun.
You're not even gonna say hi?
Believe me, if I see you, I don't want to say hi. You get a lot of money, man.
Hey, Kate, we're working with a destination.
That sounds like fun. When is it? March?
Yeah, end of March and early April.
Awesome.
It's like a 7-day cruise. Probably going to pack on a few pounds with all the food I'm going to eat there. And but good thing is that I'm free rolling,
Nice.
and then anything that I want to spend on like merchandise or like souvenirs, it's like, well, I'm already working here anyways.
Very nice, yeah.
Very very excited for it.
Looks like OFC with a raise and take it.
that's a quarter.
And he forgets to show a card, so he pays the dealer $25.
See, I gotta walk. I showed my 7-9 if I would.
Yeah.
That would have been also even a harder one.
I took a walk.
Looks like DJ and Danny's going to buy in for 4,000. It looks like. It's gonna be a short stack, but I mean, having a short stack doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing. I mean, it can sometimes make your decision points simpler, right? You're probably not going to get outlined as much, and SPRs are going to be a lot smaller. And for those that don't know what that means, that's stack the pot ratio. Sorry, excuse me, I can't talk. Stack the pot ratio. Typically as that number gets closer to 1, you're going to be getting it in with weaker and weaker holdings, right?
Yep.
Or I should say weaker, but the tiers of hands, yeah.
Absolutely. The stack off threshold gets increasingly lower when the SPR is shorter. When the SPR is higher, you have to be very selective with which hands you want to put all the money in with. That's why it's so interesting. The 2-5 game here plays super deep.
Yeah,
sometimes the money will go in.
Wait, there's $100 in the pot, and you have 10,000 behind. What is?
Yeah.
I'm on Steven's roll because he took my money. Thank you.
It's quite a fun game, though. This 2-5 game.
Coming for the rest of it.
A lot of interesting spots. A lot of fun players.
Come again?
That was up the kings for me.
Oh, no, I got him right in my pocket.
Him finding pocket queens here. We'll see if OFC wakes up with anything. Shows the 10-4 and monk.
her husband King in power. Kings in power, who's the most powerful king?
Cersei Lannister.
About an hour left on our stream tonight. We've had a pretty steady viewership of 250 this whole time. Thank you so much for tuning in this whole time. And if you just been out joining us, my name is Derek, joined by Harvey Castro, one of our regular players here in BCH Dallas.
She got her eyes blown.
It's been pretty fun the past 3 hours, and I think a lot of people have been enjoying your insights so far. So
I appreciate it. I've had a really good time. Looks like Carlos, the sneaky limp under the gun here with pocket aces. See if anybody opens the action up. Brass Monkey limping the button with ace 8-4 suited.
Yeah.
Wait.
Oh.
Wait. What?
Oh, wow. And OFC just decides that no one is limping a strong hand, so I can just pick up the dead money, but little does he know, Carlos has pocket aces. He's going to get the money in against 4 deuce off.
What happened here?
Looked like 3 limps to OFC. He just ripped in 3,000 maybe.
Oh no.
He does flop some equity. Needs a 4 or a deuce.
I have a pair.
And what a night for Carlos. Just finds the limp, induces the all-in from OFC, and scoops and stacks Carlos for what was, I believe, 3,000. So very OFC.
Yeah, so it was like a 6K pot.
Yep.
Headed towards Carlos, and Carlos having quite the night, like you're saying, up to a what looks like a $14,000 stack.
I feel better about Good job, Carlos. Nice hand.
Wow, I guess just OFC decides, he just thinks that nobody is going to limp a strong enough hand to call 3,000. Really unfortunate to run into pocket aces.
That would have been really
A very nice hand there for Carlos. Setting the trap there, and I was actually just about to say to not advocate for limping the aces, and especially in a game like this. I feel like you can just get. Oh, I mean, I guess it can work out if it's in like an active game, but in my opinion, it's just hard to balance, right? Like, what are your other hands that you're gonna be limp raising or limp calling off a jam?
Yeah, definitely tricky. I mean, if you know that your opponent will sometimes jam the 4 deuce off it,
yeah.
Maybe it works out, but it's definitely not something I'm finding in my game either. But props to Carlos, he finds it and gets paid for it.
Oh wait, no, because it's not a match battle, so never mind.
Yeah, I guess OFC might have been steaming a little bit there. You know, when he had ace can at least 3 or 4 times, raised with it quite a few times.
Dodges the 50 on his first orbit.
Couldn't get anything going there. Obviously, the cooler against Daniel Dunn with the ace jack.
Yeah.
GG's in the chat for OFC. Always a pleasure to have him, of course, and I'm sure we'll see him again soon.
Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you, what about like 3 to 5 year time span? It'll be bad. Is that like the best time to you think in like 5 years? For what? You think the best time to buy will be in like 3 to 5 years? No, your best time is going to be in 24. Well, here's the thing, you gotta wait. If you're going to stay in the house, buy it.
Interesting to see Carlos float the 7-6 suited here. He does turn the flush draw. Done with just 8 high.
So what you do is you embezzle and wait 10 years and do it again.
Does check back.
That's what happened to me.
I think Carlos just has to bet here. The 7 high.
Give me about 100.
Can he find it here? Okay, nice. We'll go for the pot size bet there. The pot size bet polarizing his range. Trying to rep that king, trying to rep that ace king maybe.
And he's feeling himself. He's had a good night. He's going for it. He's floating the 7-6 suited. He's finding the river bluff.
I want a big judgment, and then
It's nice to be confident in poker, absolutely.
She's on probation.
Yeah, when things are going your way, it definitely makes it a lot easier. But man, when you're running bad, I mean, I'm sure you've run into this before. When you're like catching a cold streak of cards, running bad, getting 7% over and over again, you're like, man, I don't know if I want to go for this bluff right now. It can definitely wear on you mentally, but that's part of the mental game of poker for sure. Dolphinado says, can I play next Tuesday and or Wednesday, pretty please? Well, if you're interested in playing, sir, you should definitely contact Mallory. She's our game runner for this show. You can find her on Instagram, Mallory Poker, at Mallory Poker on Instagram. You should definitely send her a DM and ask about possible openings. But usually these games are pretty filled from week to week, but you should definitely ask her.
I used to be a UFC fighter. I knew when you're supposed to tap.
Got someone in the chat. Is that Harvey in the booth? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Happy to be here. It's been a fun stream.
Well, we always love
We always
I think we're dating it.
Me too. So fun.
Well, hold on. I want to.
Steven, I hate to say you win a lot, so I have to share against you too.
A Wednesday game, no lack of action.
Never. I mean, I don't remember the last. I mean, probably pre OFC, pre Kim was when it was kind of like. I'll just say it was kind of a boring game.
Yeah.
But I mean, now that we have all these characters, all these fun action players, definitely a lot more entertaining than it used to be. What's up, Harvey? It's Min.
What's up, Min? Glad you're tuning in. Good to see you.
Yeah, Golfnado, I think the most direct way for sure would be to contact Mallory. So if you do have an Instagram, try to find her on Instagram at Mallory Poker. In her bio, I'll definitely say, tchlive on there. So make sure you're talking to the right person.
I just stationed it off.
You did, because I have a 10 in that spot so often.
And back to what we were talking about with confidence, I think that's one of the things that separates the really good players from the okay players. Like, Steven is just a guy that, regardless of how he's feeling, he's just going to go for it. He's just going to play well. He could be on a downswing. He could be losing on the day, but he's just going to find a way to play good poker. And it's really hard, poker just being the emotional game that it is, to find the balance of just trying to continually play well, not let the emotions get the best of you. He does find the check raise, I believe, on the flop and gets a pretty good turn to continue barreling. And he decides to continue. Carlos out of position, just lets it go. Nice hand, Steven.
That was the most important one. You got one of my outs. Whenever I turned to 4-5 off that block next year, when I snapped it, I was like, okay, that's going to happen like a decent portion of the time, But the sickest part was Armin and I can't think of his actual name.
Man, my tchlive loyalty points bankroll is diminishing.
Them both going, I $40.
Gotta go for it sometimes.
I wanted to hear this moment. Right, yeah, give me a little hope.
No one can mess with this.
I know it's coming. I haven't looked yet.
Daniel remembered to actually register.
Looks like the $100 straddle's on again. Done with the raise and take it this time.
Yeah, that's better. Thought about coin straights. If it was suited.
Yeah, it's funny. Earlier, like raised to do 7 off.
Yeah.
It's like maybe this gets through something. It seems like a good. Like if there's ever a time where you should do 7 off, it's like when the trap is not there.
Yeah.
And she comes back and y'all call her.
And then you flop like a sliver of hope.
That's the smallest. You're good.
Your hair is not that good.
chilling.
Kim just wanting to get involved here. Raises the 6-4 suited. DJ and Danny calling the king-queen suited.
I wanted the miner's money. I didn't want your money. The miner threw it away too quick.
You know they discovered that the way the zebra stripes are helps keep flies away?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they did
I think there was like fingerprints, because I know what you're saying.
I don't know about that, but yeah, I saw some study about
We come ace high. DJ and Danny with the best hand, the king queen.
pattern on other animals.
There's my wife.
Kim not going to make it super comfortable though. That's half pot. We'll see Danny's procedures. He does just let it go. No backdoor flush draw, just second pair. Kim shows the bluff.
Possibly on the snugger side, but with his exact stack size, no reason to just kind of start calling off, what, 10% of your stack.
Yeah, I was noticing that. The pot would have been like 1,300. He started the hand with 4,000. I don't blame the fold. I don't blame the call either.
Oh my God, what is that?
It's just tough with a hand like his. When they do have an ace, you don't have many turn cards to improve your hand. Sometimes you turn trips or turn two pair, but other than that, if you call and they continue betting, there's really nowhere to go but fold. So don't blame him. Does pick up playable hand here with pocket nines. Looks like he's gonna. Oh no, Habib has a hand to defend or 3-bet.
I'm kind of with Kim. The regular Red Bull does not taste that great. I need those like the colored Red Bulls. Have you had those? Those taste great. Like the peach one, the nectarine one.
Really haven't had Red Bull too often, so I don't know.
Yeah, I really don't either. It is actually not. It's like it affects me really bad poorly. Like I guess I'm just really sensitive to caffeine as well. But like I don't drink coffee on a regular basis, and I don't drink energy drinks. Hardly drink soda.
There's like dire wolf skulls in there.
Danny checks back turn after betting flop. He can't love his hand with all of the overcards and flush and straight possibilities, but if Habib does check, I'm sure he. But Habib is going to turn his 5 into a bluff.
Wow, and Habib's going to go for it here, betting 450. Very value sized here.
Anything good around there?
About half pot.
We'll do something like
stuff I'd never hear of.
What highway do you pick there?
And Danny's going to have to let it go.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We'll do something like Old Metal Gallery or something. Or
Nice find from Habib, turning the bottom pair into a bluff and getting a better hand to fold. Nowhere else really for Danny's pocket nines to go but into the muck.
Was it someone kind of put the drum? No, you were an extremely good teacher.
Okay, I appreciate it.
No, that's what I was saying. Halfway through, you stopped referring to me as Carl. You said, newsletters, you should. No, you did. You even told him I started
I was just like trying not to like overly critique a single individual and just.
No, but I appreciate it because it taught me.
Okay. Wow.
You weren't just commenting on what was happening. You actually
That'll be
were instructing.
$250.
I'll give you a nice housewarming gift when Braswell buys you or
thank
goes
you.
to your home.
The big discount.
Braswell bills me out.
Or Brass Monkey, whatever it is called. I don't care.
The liver going to raise the ace to spades and just get it through.
So what do you guys, did you listen to my commentary?
A little bit, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I thought it was very good.
It was so good that you only listened to a little bit of it?
No, that's not why. I had an appointment. I only.
When did you do the commentary again?
I don't even know what it was. Friday.
Tuned in specifically to support you, Kim. So
Thank
you're
you.
welcome.
Oh yes, I remember.
And I
You
gave
ditched
money.
me. Because you ditched me.
Kind of catching a dry spell of cards here. Delivery, on the other hand, he could definitely open up, especially with his stack depth.
Okay, I do remember.
150. Oh, just in time. Just in time to 3-bet.
What's that?
That's where I waited for you.
He, oh, did I remind him? Invite him?
Brass Monkey Ace Jack off looks like he's reaching for 3-betting chips.
Will raise it up. I know he likes for a smaller sizing. I'm sure you're very similar in my sense where, you know, if you're out of position, you could like to add an X to it, right? Make it 4X instead of standard 3X.
Yeah, absolutely. And Danny with a pretty cool spot if you could find the cold 4.
He will go for it, despite his stack depth. He's going to go for it, and it's going to probably work out in his favor here. As the ace queen, dominating ace jack. And I mean, at this point here, Danny's saying he's ready to stack off here with the rest. Nice little pickup there for Danny. First potty of the nights.
Oh, yeah, Mustang hand. There we go. Learn you a thing or two.
And he does forget to show a card, so the dealer gets another 25.
Never know till
He felt bad about it. Yeah.
How's it make you feel, Danny?
What? The 25? The what?
You have a tell.
Bad. Not good. I'm leaving soon.
Did you know where you at?
Probably should.
I have a $9 Hanes t-shirt that I wrote bang on. Yeah, no, I'll wear it. I got it from you.
How much does he have to pay you?
Deliver gets a premium here. Deep with a decent hand to make the call. Whoa, is he going for the 3-bet? Wow, nice. That's impressive, man. He's going for it against a player like Delivery. And I imagine we're probably going to see the 4-bet from Delivery, knowing that. Well, actually, knowing that Habib doesn't really 3-bet that often, he might just call.
Yeah, unfortunate timing for Habib. I'm interested to see Mr. Delivery. He does just call queen, so like you said, he notices that Habib doesn't 3-bet that often. He likes to call and see flops.
Yeah, he likes to, you know, limp call, play a little more passive, and that's actually going to invite Brass Monkey here in position on the button. You know, against maybe many other players here, he might consider going for the, you know, the 4-bet here. Wow, what a flop here for Brass Monkey. Habib going to continue barreling. 1300. Don't know if Delivery can go anywhere, but Brass Monkey, of course, with the nut flush draw.
I'm waiting for you. He always step over it. He does. And I always make it safe to the other side.
Very interesting with Habib leading out, Delivery with a very strong hand. He has pocket queens with a club. And Brass Monkey also flopping a nut flush draw, so I expect him to come with call. Brass Monkey very deep as well, so you don't really want to get all the money in on the flop if you're Mr. Delivery. Brass Monkey can have 5, 6s, sometimes deuces. He probably feels okay about getting the money in with Habib, but he does just call. And we'll see what Brass Monkey does.
Yeah, but I mean, really super deep. I mean, this is kind of an awkward, and I haven't really, you know, studied kind of these spots that often where like you and another player are very, very deep, but the person that's the aggressor is like a fifth of the both of your stacks. Like, it's very interesting to navigate.
Wow.
Oh wow, top set now for Delivery.
Oh my, and Habib reaching.
I mean, it's also possible that Habib, his cards got misread. And, you know, maybe Delivery just got very lucky on that turn card. So we'll see once the cards get turned over.
He's really only repping a hand like aces or kings at this point, if you know how Habib plays. And again, interesting to see Steven's navigations.
Right, because, like, I mean, randomly, if Brass Monkey has, like, 4-3 and you jam, like, it's kind of disastrous. So, like, how do you navigate with the, you know, the big stack behind you here? Do you raise, I guess? You can. You're obviously not going to jam, but you might go for the raise, try to isolate against a beat.
I think it's an interesting spot because when you call, you would like for Brass Monkey to continue with hands like 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks, but he might just fold those hands, and he probably will after it goes bet call. So he does just call, and Brass Monkey getting an incredible price with his nut flush draw.
Yeah, 1,500 to win a 10K pot. I mean,
He does just call.
Yeah, and his over might very well be live, right? If delivery has like kings and Habib 6 in the river is going to give delivery the nut boat, and can Habib find the gas, or can he find the break here? I feel like if he jams, he probably has cards misread.
You think?
In some weird way. Like, I don't know.
This would be very ambitious to go for after you get called in 2 spots on the flop and turn.
Like, you'd be hoping that they have exactly a hand like ace 5 of clubs, and the other person has like jack 10 of clubs.
Yeah.
And then, like, just both bricking. But you can't imagine a hand like jack 10 of clubs calling on the turn. Oh no.
And Steven's just hoping that Habib actually has aces or kings, and he's hoping that Brass Monkey is slow playing like a set of 5s or a set of deuces. Oh my. Oh wow. Wow.
He's hoisting the main sail, gonna go all in, and
music to delivery's ears. He's going to tank for a little bit, hoping that Brass Monkey has a hand, but he just has a missed flush draw, so he will not be putting any more chips in, and Steven will be winning a very large pot.
2025.
just kind of Hollywood a little bit here.
2850, I think.
But, you know, obviously, I think if Brass Monkey had a hand that he could call with, like deuces or 5s, I don't think however long Mr. Miller takes would affect that decision at all. Like, you can never put him on queens or quad 6s, so you don't really need to take too long. Just ask for the count, I think, make the call, and then I think any other boat would just call behind. Wow, and delivery gonna win over $10,000 in profit there on that pot. I mean, 16K pot, but profiting 10K as it was 3 ways quite far along there.
And I don't even know if Habib would take that line with aces or kings. I mean, that's a lot of chips to be putting in. Going bet, all in. He might not do it with ace or kings. He might find a check at some point. So I do think he had ace jack.
Wow, Habib going for the triple barrel, man. I love the heart there, but like you said, very ambitious to go for it in a 3-way pot, especially when both players calling very large bets.
Absolutely love to see the heart.
And there's another player. Unfortunately, we're losing Habib. Had a great start to the session, but you know, kind of got a dry spell of cards and went for it in the wrong spot.
And it would have been really nice if Steven just somehow has like queen jack of clubs and finds the fold, and Brass Monkey also has the flush draw and Habib is the hero, but unfortunately he just wakes up with top of range. Sometimes you just run into it.
I mean, you know, the opposite is kind of true for that saying, right, where I say if you're not folding enough, you're probably, or if you're not folding the winner occasion, you're probably not folding enough. You know, if you're not bluffing into the nuts occasionally, you're probably not bluffing enough, right?
I agree completely.
It kind of goes both ways if you want to play solid, balanced poker.
The way I think about those spots, I kind of think about it as just part of the game. Sometimes you get coolered I kind of sometimes think of those as coolers where you just have the best bluffing candidate and your opponent just has the nuts, and it's another form of a cooler. I'm not saying that ace-jack was the nut bluffing hand, but sometimes you have to go for it, and sometimes you run into it. It's part of the game.
Tough decisions, tough decisions.
So say the river is the 8
Yeah, definitely part of the
jam. You call it
part of the game for sure is like knowing when to stop with your bluff, or continue with your bluff. But I totally understand the viewpoints. Like, wow, I've already have all this money here. Both of them call turn. There's like, what, almost 10,000 in the pot now. Feels bad to just kind of give up and not try to go for it, especially when the front door clubs break off. So.
Yeah, very interesting. That's one of the things I notice about some of the best players, the Jason Koons of the world, the Ollie Imsheroviches, the crushers, the high stakes crushers, is they sometimes give up on hands. They don't always triple it off. And learning when to go for it and when to give up is a very, very tricky thing to do. Poker's a hard game. And men saying it was only a $2,800 bet into a $14K pot to call. If Steven had queen jack clubs, he should find the call. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, if you think your opponent is going for it with ace jack enough, yeah, you're right. You're getting an insane price. But that also means that if his bluff works, like 15% of the time he's profiting. I don't know. I'm not doing the math off the top of my head, but if he bets 2,800 and wins 14K for it, that's a pretty sick spot. So you technically doesn't have to work that often, but.
Actually, I was kind of in a very similar spot like that today in one of the hands. Brass Monkey does flop trips, but I don't imagine we'll see too much action here. But yeah, no, I was in a similar spot today when I was playing, where I got into a 4-bet pot, where I 4-bet bluff pre-flop with king queen, and the other person had ace king, and I did flop an open ender with jack 10, so I bet flop, but I for some reason decided to not continue barreling on the turn, and I check called turn, and then at that point I put him on exactly ace king of hearts, because I had like I think I had king queen of spades, and then I led jam river, and I was like, God, I know this line makes no sense at all, but I know he has ace king right here, and he can't call off, even though it's like 400 to win a pot of like 1,600. But he still found the call, and I was like, no.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was like 400, and then it was 400 to win a pot of like 1,600.
Oh wow, still crazy. Wow.
But my read was absolutely right. But he had ace king with the ace of hearts.
Very interesting.
Because the turn brought a heart draw, because he started betting turn. I was like, I don't really know what he could have here.
Wow.
No, I'm saying like.
Is this in the 1-2 TCH?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
It was against another like really active player, so like that's why I chose the 4-bet at the time.
Yeah.
And then, again, like you were saying earlier, when it works, you're printing, because like I knew I couldn't check, because if he has just like ace king or ace queen, he like check back simply and just win a pot with ace high, and it's like, I'm trying to get ace king to fold here. And so I just donk left jam the river after check calling turn.
Yeah.
And that's how he found the call. But I mean, he just definitely owned my soul there.
Yeah.
Freeze out LV here from Twitch says 2 announcers and 6 viewers, solid ratio, good service. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much for tuning in on Twitch. If you want to be on a live stream chat that has a few more viewers, we are live also on TCH Live on YouTube, so you can chat with us there and with all our other live stream chat pros. And Min in the chat says, good job, Harvey and other guy on commentary. Thank you so much. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, we do our best here. We're by no means like professional commentators. But I mean, we both play this game quite a bit and have a decent amount of knowledge. I mean, at least you play at least with these players quite often.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, that felt bad, man. Because like when he called, I was expecting to turn over like queens or like, because the board was jack 10 for like 7 with 2 hearts breaking out too.
Those are always the most uncomfortable spots where you find the bluff, you put him on a hand, and he calls with the hand you wanted him to fold.
That I called, that I knew that he had.
I absolutely feel that. I'll find a spot where I'm sure my opponent has second pair. I go for it, thinking he's gonna fold second pair, and he puts it in the call. I'm like, dang it! I guess I just need to go for value.
And the more I look back on it, especially being the pre-flop 4-better, and I mean, people don't really 4-bet in 1-2 that often, right?
Yeah.
I should have put in that all in on the turn, and he would have folded as ace king, and end of story. But I think he also said too is like when you check called turn then led river, it made no sense to me. So like, and then also at that price I had insane price.
Yeah.
So he's like he felt like that I was sometimes chopping too.
Okay.
He seemed like a thinking player. So.
Yeah.
It's like any other player would have worked if I just jammed turn.
Absolutely. Sounds like one of those spots where you can, like, I definitely find those spots as well where I'm like I have 0 showdown value and I want to bet flop or want to bet river even out of position, and I might be over bluffing those spots. So I guess the fix is just when I have some value hands, even some thinner value hands, I can go for those bets as well. Like I put them on second pair. I have a weak top pair or something that I think he'll pay off sometimes. That's just one way you can try to balance that out when you do want to have those bluffs.
Yeah, it was definitely a wonky line now, but so now I'm like trying to think of spots where I could do that. Like,
yeah.
I mean, it did pair the turn. It did pair the top card on the turn. So it's like, I mean, my check does kind of somewhat make sense if I did have like aces or kings.
Yeah.
Now I don't know if I'd be leading, jamming the river with aces kings, going for thin value, like trying to target a 10.
Agree. Yeah.
So it a 4-bet pot too.
I
so
agree.
Like, so weird. DJ and Danny gonna have an open ender here. King Queen for both Mr. Livery and Brass Monkey. Family says, I'm new to the chat. Well, thank you so much for tuning in and appreciate the kind words as well. I guess it's a player that you play with quite frequently.
Who?
He said it was his
yes, Min. Yeah, I've played with Min a lot in the last year or so. Good guy, good friend. Looks like DJ and Danny is going to check call the open ender. Does not get there on the turn.
I like watches that don't go down the value. That way I can at least play on them.
Steven decides not to double barrel. And he does still have the best hand, but I imagine Danny is not going to be letting Mr. Delivery get to showdown for cheap. A really good bluffing candidate for DJ and Danny. There's no showdown value. Doesn't have spades, so Delivery can have a lot of missed spades.
Yeah, it's like in this spot, it's definitely better to not have spades, and then definitely a board texture that favors hit the calling range rather than the raising range of Mr. Delivery. Could have all the 2 pairs, sets, straights.
You'd hate to let it go check, and Delivery has a hand like Queen Jack and just wins at showdown, so I like this bet, and he does get the best hand to fold. Nice hand, Danny.
That's a great card. That's a good card to show. So my first roll was like 2003.
Yeah, it's going to show the 9, and it's like, oh, well, that's all the straight draws missing.
Yeah.
I sold it last year for 12.
Is there a seat?
Oh, really?
Okay, thinking about coming over.
And I got to wear it for, it was worn out. Well, that's what they resale market was, and it's crazy.
Yeah. But no, some people really do. They do the flipping watches.
Valerie, can you give me a seat in that game?
I think
You run the lineup over
I'm
there
told that
too?
he did. I don't know if it was a gag. Someone was like pulling a joke out of me.
After you win this hand. After you win this hand, and even if you did look
Carlos just fold the ace 10 of clubs.
Like a watch guy at the end of the day. I own a few, but it's mainly if I find one that I like.
Yeah, that's.
Then I'll usually get it. Rolex is
Oh no, okay.
I hope not. There's
He
no way.
hasn't. No, I don't think
I think
he
he
has.
limped in.
No, he still has cards. Okay. Wouldn't expect that.
a watch person.
What's going on here?
But if you like it, who cares?
Yeah.
The button.
Although this is the first automatic watch I've owned.
Okay, so it looks like Dunn opened the button. Kim called 4-3 suited in the big blind. Danny decides to 3-bet, and now Carlos wakes up with ace 10 of clubs.
Put on what, say again? A watch winder?
It's
oh,
a
like you
mechanism
can watch
that rolls
it. You can't do it manually?
You can.
Ah.
But They have to reset the time every time it dies.
Yeah. That's like the thing with my car is like I always forget like to crank it. Like
Your Model T?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don wants to see 3 with the ace-5 of hearts. Wonder what Kim does.
She's super deep against Dunn, so probably not the strongest hand she'd be doing this with, but looking to play some flops here. He's going to come 10 high top set for DJ Danny. They're probably not going to get too much action from the other players.
I think that's the opposite. But I could,
Yeah, not much for Don or Kim. Interested if Danny continues. Kind of has all of it. If he does bet, I expect a very small bet. Something around 500 or check. Let's go for 1,000.
Yeah, it's a Badoogie flop too, so no flush draw possible. And I mean, I imagine a lot of time with your like aces and kings too, even though it is a board that might favor your opponents, you can definitely still bet, on the smaller sizing with those hands.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, your opponents will not be in the business of folding a 10, and you can definitely get a lot of value.
Was there a straddle?
I keep forgetting too. Look, it's a little rib right here. 150.
Grizz, I can hear you throwing me under the bus from up here.
He's definitely not throwing you under the bus, 100%.
I heard Texas Kim. That's what I mean. I can hear him saying that.
Blame it on alcohol. Blame it on
Exactly.
Uh-oh, that's a quarter.
You're right. It's 2 in a row.
I was going to bail you out like you bailed me out earlier.
I did. I was very nice. Twice.
The only person who can't live there is Danny. Danny cannot come to our house.
I'm hurt.
Why is everyone so mean to Danny?
He took all the Grizz's money.
Yeah. Yeah. It's current age. Protect yours.
That's not allowed.
Appreciate everyone that's been tuning in. Hope y'all are hitting that like button. I want to have 110 likes by the end of the stream, if possible.
What a term for pocket queens. What a term for pocket queens.
Got 4 more likes, so we have 106 right now. So if we can get 4 more, we'll hit 110 likes. Right at the number that Harvey wants us to hit. King high flop gonna give Kim top pair. Mrs. Delivery with just ace high. Probably just gonna let this go unless he wants to, maybe check raise. Continue barreling on a club on the turn, or just call and kind of try to turn his hand into a bluff.
Are you Daniel?
Looks like he's got some evil intentions with his hand. Going to check raise. And then check raise with this hand here. Putting a lot of pressure on single pair holdings though. It's not that large of a check raise. Gonna do the check raise, check on the turn. Kim, what an interesting spot now. Might think that delivery could be on some kind of flush draw or straight draw.
No, I know.
We'll continue putting money in the middle here. Protect against those draws. Charge the max. She's gonna take it down.
That's all I can afford at this point,
College kid.
Yeah.
I drink McCormick's apple vodka.
Huh?
I drink McCormick's apple vodka. It tastes like
What's McCormick's?
tastes like isopropyl.
I don't know what any of the words you just said.
When I was in college.
I think we almost reached our light goal because you said 110, right?
Yes.
And we're at 118. Very
Let's
nice. Let's go. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate everyone for being an active participant tonight.
Yeah. So it was like apple flavored ice cream.
You come in and sit by me?
So what is your favorite stream to commentate? Is it the Saturday, Tuesday, the Wednesday?
Oh, thank you.
I mean, it really depends on the lineup, honestly. But maybe consistently it would be the Wednesday game, just because of how fun the group is.
I think so too. I like watching the Wednesday stream a lot. I always check in on the Saturday stream as well, see who's making the final table.
Sora in the chat says, great live game. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate you for stopping by. If you're interested in possibly playing on one of our live streams, if y'all are out of town or maybe local to the Dallas-Fort Worth area, you should definitely hit that link to sign up to play on the live stream or contact Mallory at Mallory Poker on Instagram. Looks like Addy might get in the mix here soon. Last few minutes of the stream. Oh yeah, there he is.
Yep.
Yeah, you need to. Oh my God, what if we just two spades from now? Pump it and then pump a little more later.
10. I got 10.
All right.
This is 35.
10 total or?
10 total. Okay. I'm saying I can that's 35. I can sell you 35. Yeah. Oh, okay, never mind. 150.
Cooper's behind you.
What's gone wrong?
C3 is 10K behind me.
No, 35 behind me. 10K.
How are you going to come in and immediately 3-bet the pocket eights?
Also, Addy, disclaimer, we're playing show 1.
Show 1 is 25. Yeah, show card regardless.
Show 1, if you forget, it's a quarter to the dealer. Not screw you over, Tyler. Just felt fair to let him know what you said.
I think it's fair to let me know, right?
Yeah, instead of saying give him 25 bucks.
Yeah.
Especially if it's going to be in his left hand.
Yeah, before he was trying to.
Let's start him.
It's the dead hand until he clocks
That'd be brutal. That was the rule here.
What did they say?
If it's a dead hand, before you get clocked in.
Oh, yeah. A pretty good flop here for Addy. He has the best hand a lot.
Adrian Perez says, I felt it Brass Monkey once in 2-5. Felt great. He's a good guy. He is a good guy. And he's usually a good sport about winning or losing. They even told him. They even told him, and he forgot to do it.
Yeah.
Were you out on the floor, or did you come in?
Addy gonna win the first hand.
Y'all cracked somebody earlier.
There's 3 cracks.
It's been a while, yeah.
4 cracks?
It's been there since.
Got about 15 minutes left in our live stream tonight. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. If you have any last minute questions y'all want to throw in the any last minute questions you want to throw in the comments section, go ahead and do it. If you have any questions for Harvey or me?
Yeah, 125.
You want some change, Eddie?
I was going to tell you to be really
Is that 3?
Looks like Danny is opening up the king queen off.
Ace of diamonds.
Brass Monkey and Kim calling from the blinds.
Good flop for his hand. Top pair. Second kicker.
Kim with bottom pair.
Yeah, just I wish.
And he continues for a little less than half pot. Kim not going anywhere with bottom pair. See a turn.
really wish he would have like seen like the floor visit. Like I really wanted to see what that thing was doing.
The more I wait and things, the more I
I do think it might have been a situation like if every time we one of us, we called the floor, and then like the floor wound up racking up the chips.
That was funny. I told you yesterday that I was done with my video games a little bit. Rod comes up behind me. I was like, all right. I would rather them like go back and
Delivery and Carlos, big winners tonight. Dunn not far behind. Look at those stacks. Mr. Delivery with a $26,000 stack. Carlos 14, Dunn 13. Rasmussen 13 as well.
Yeah, but yeah, these are easily quarter 50 game stacks.
Absolutely. Danny, the short stack with $6,000.
What, DJ and Danny?
Yes. Yeah, DJ and Danny, that is.
Close, it's close.
I had 3 pots down.
Do you have a favorite game?
And you should have played yesterday.
I didn't have enough money on it. So I had to wait till the day. I lost like 20 on Vegas, so I only had 15. I didn't want to be short.
That's funny. That sounds like me in Vegas last week.
I do like
wasn't expecting to go. It just did not have
I feel like Steven just always picks up hands on stream every time I watch. He's making hands, picking up hands. Gets queens here.
Yeah, it looked like a fun game.
Dunn re-betting. You could see it go 4-bet peel actually with how deep Dunn is. But Delivery is not going to 4-bet queens this time, just calls.
Second time he has the 4-bet queens, so pretty interesting here. It's going to come a 10-high flop, not the worst flop for Dunn. As Delivery's going to check it over to Dunn. Gonna bet a clean half pot here.
Definitely can check the pocket eights here sometimes. Don't have to bet all of your hands on this board, although 500 makes sense as well. Gonna deny equity from some hands like ace jack with no backdoor flush draw that would fold.
Scare card here on the turn.
Anyways, like I said, I'm just not super thrilled with Travis Snyder playing anyways. It's not just that, so.
You can go check. Jack on the river. Another overcard to Dunn's holding here.
If Steven bets, I imagine it'll be something very small, some kind of block bet. $300 or check makes a lot of sense as well. Could think that Dunn is going to pay with a hand like Queen 10, King 10. He's going to come with a block. It's like 250. And he's going to get snap paid by Dunn. And I would like Dunn to take a little bit more time, but he is getting such a good price, it makes sense to call, and you're going to win sometimes.
Addy, did you spend some time in California? Weren't you going out there?
Yeah.
You staying there now, or?
Yeah, I live there now. I'm going back on Friday, actually. That's why I was trying to get in this game.
Okay, here's how much I really that.
I'm gonna live there for a while. I'll probably be back in like February.
This might not be right. Or no blind. We don't post no blind.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't need. Okay, so I'm the 25 and you're the 50, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And then you're just 50, right? Or you're 50.
You're 50. Carlos is 50.
Oh. No. The button's right. The button's right. You're the 10. Okay. I didn't realize. Dude, it's that big one. Yeah. Wednesday. It's 4 blinder. I'm gonna check raise on like
Oh, hey, my mom texted me.
What is the
I got two
consensus
positive, and then that hand.
You like this table?
Yeah, I'm a lot
Drop
more
5 on
comfortable
it.
playing. You like this table? Yeah.
5 to win 15?
Welcome to the table.
I didn't play yesterday.
That might be right.
Okay, good.
1,500,
I played yesterday. I hated it.
600.
Alright, we got 2 minutes left.
How much? Time to play hard.
Take a look at the pre-flop raise percentages here. Delivery on the top tier, 21%. Makes sense.
The lights are cool though. Like green.
Yeah, it seems like the most active players have been Steven and Dunn tonight. But it is a little bit skewed, especially over only a 4-hour sample size. They've kind of been getting all the cards.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure Kim gets a different distribution of cards. She'd be up there as well, being an aggressive player herself. She's been kind of card dead tonight. Steven has picked up a lot of hands. For players ace high, I expect delivery to range bet. This King 5 board. Does bet small, and he's going to get called by a worse ace high.
And you can't do one at a time. You have to do both at the same time, or else it like kind of messes with the game.
9 of spades on the turn. Both players still just ace high.
I would say like initially, especially, it was like the first 10.
I don't expect check back from here from delivery.
Kept having to stop it. Actually, one of these that was like actually really good. Sorry.
Both players were river and ace, so really cool. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense for Danny to check his ace. Now delivery with a clear value bet. Very interested to see his size here because he's going to target some other ace X holdings. His kicker does play, so
Essentially has the nut, a pretty nutted hand here.
absolutely. We
So
might just try to target all of the other aces, which should be pretty sticky.
yeah, especially if you're gonna float with ace high on the King 5 flop and do hit your top pair. Don't think you can fold.
Maybe that's half
not,
pot, yeah.
Not even gonna think about it, and that's gonna be the best hand for delivery. It's Mr. Delivery's night tonight. Winning all the pots, catching all the coolers. Tiny Poker in the chat, what's up? Thank you for tuning in here. We got a few more minutes here, so you caught the tail end with us. We appreciate the support either way.
Yeah, let's just do 1025. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Yeah, 10 quarter, and honestly, like I'm happy to take away the 50 if that means like other people will come.
Yeah, well, it just listed as that. The 50's optional.
Yeah.
Sounds like they might make it a 10 quarter after the.
That's right. That's right up your wheelhouse, right?
It might be in there. If it is indeed a 10 quarter, I might be in there.
It induces action. A lot of weird calls.
Raise the 6. I think it induces. I think it actually has more action.
You did? I know when when I go to 100, it really.
I had a king on that stage like that.
Somebody's gonna call and call.
That means it's a fantastic
I think it makes sense to get rid of all the straddles. It's just, I don't know how I feel about the $5 and $10 straddle. It just makes them play so tight with people behind them. Really difficult, especially when it's 5, 10, 25, 50, 100, like it is right now. It makes it so that you can.
The 5 and 10 blinds are just like so negligible, right?
Exactly, and it makes it so that from early position, like everyone else is out of position on you, so you can really start to open up your range. You can really start to open up some wider holdings. So, like Danny does not have to have kings here at all. It's a really great time for him.
Get back in your box. It's against what I just said about who goes slow down the action on up.
Goes $100.
At least you have the 8.
I got paid a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Like 2,000 on that.
I think if Kim does better fold makes a lot of sense. Mostly fold. Well, let's see what she thinks.
DJ and Danny with 5.6K.
Let's just make the call.
Decided to see a flop here, trying to hit her ace. They come ace high, the ace magnets, as they call them.
Unfortunate for Danny here. Does have backdoor diamonds. His hand strikes me as a check back candidate, and he does.
I built up a big stack. I had 7 starting stacks, but I didn't cash. Yeah. So I lost like 10 in tournaments.
Kim playing her hand a little bit deceptively, maybe to looking to get some value on the river, which I like. I think her hand plays pretty well as a check on the turn, and now it's time to bet for value, and we'll see what Danny decides.
She's gonna go pretty big here.
Overbet. 2,200 into 1,600. Danny with a pure bluff catcher.
Having that king of diamonds should discourage him a little bit from making that call. All nut flush draws, or he blocks all nut flush draws.
Well, it's tough in this spot because it goes check, check, turn, and check, check, flop. So her range is pretty wide. Now you just have to decide of the hands that she does get to river with, what hands does she decide to go this size with, and she could definitely have some queen high holdings and some king high holdings that she might want to bet this large. But you probably just have enough ace-x. Yeah, nice fold.
Wow, great fold.
Shows the 10.
Jack 10. Well, then he's going to look at the board and like, is there a jack of clubs out there?
Exactly.
I think we're getting close to the end of our stream. RS Actuary says night all. Good night, person, sir or ma'am. Don't know. Hope you've been enjoying your time here, Harvey. I think you've been giving some great content. I know it started off a little slow at the beginning, but I think once you got your confidence up, it came out pretty well.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Derek. I've enjoyed it. Enjoyed hanging out with you these last couple hours, and it's been fun. It's a good stream tonight.
You're going to see some action on these last couple hands. Brass Monkey going to 3-bet 750. Addy with ace 10.
If I win, I'm going to ship 75 your way. Just so you know up front.
He is not folding. He's going to C3, dominated hand.
How much you going to do, Izzy? What you going to do?
Oh no.
A flop here.
It's going to come ace high. Nut flush draw and top pair for Brass Monkey. It's almost like too good of a hand. And I can definitely go see both ways of checking and betting. Like almost just like a 50-50 there.
Absolutely.
Just because you could have some check raises with strong hands like this, and having so much of the board locked up. Oh, and that's just it. That's just it. That's the nuts on the turn for Brass Monkey. He's going to check the nuts over to Addy. Now with the 10 high flush draw. Just drawing dead right now.
I like his check a lot. Especially blocking other top pairs. I think if he does call, it'll just go check, check on almost every river.
Okay, 5 of diamonds, not going to help Addy at all. And they might just check back, right? I mean, you know, hands maybe like kings or queens, probably not going to call a bet, and then you might just value yourself against, you know, single pair holdings like ace jack plus. And great check back here from Eddie. Obviously, I mean, not even including the nut flush, right? Just
Absolutely.
A lot of single pair holdings that you still lose to in a what, 3-bet pot.
Yeah. I imagine Brass Monkey has a lot of ace queen and ace king that he checks check calls pairing like that. So good check back from Addy. It looks like that was the last hand of the stream. Looks like they're flipping.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to put on the flip now. $200 flip from each player. Let's see here. Going to come back here. Oh, what's up, everybody? So it looks like we're going to end the night with a flip. Thank you so much, Harvey, for tuning in, or for joining us tonight, commentating with us. Thank you, everyone in the live stream chat that's been joining us all evening. Of course, John and Cooper doing all the hard work. Our dealers, Amber and Tyler. Everyone in the live stream has been keeping us company, and all of the players. Thank you all so much. And let's continue and flip and see who wins this.
Spades. Look at that. Spades. 5, 6. Too fair. Bullshit. Right? Oh, one more 8. Hey, it's not even a fun 5.
Oh, butter, butter, straight.
Non-high straight.
I can tie it. Nice. Carlos.
I got boat draw.
I can't tell who won.
I cannot either. There's 100% next to Dunn's name, so
Looks
potentially
like he might have a straight.
Might have a wheel.
I don't know. Check the camera.
Oh, not a wheel. Excuse me. The board is changing up on us again. It's Carlos now with the best hand and scooping in the pot.
Oh, he has a nut straight. 9-10. Well, very nice hand for Carlos. Thank you to everyone that tuned in. Of course, thank you to Harvey for commentating with us tonight. We should be back live in Austin tomorrow night at 6 p.m., so tune in for that. And then we'll be back live from Dallas this Saturday for the final table of our Saturday tournament.